Good morning. So welcome to the third day of the DPP4EU conference. Let's start the session 6, Enabling Industrial Manufacturing Data Ecosystems, with a talk from Ilias Iacovidis from DG Connect.
So good morning. Good morning to everybody. While we're waiting for people to sit down, the DPP, I just give you kind of the unofficial story of this, but it all started in the summer of 2020 when the people developing the battery passport. So there was a battery regulation, as you know. That was the first product category that we actually started thinking about DPP. And the product battery regulation thought about doing centralized commission database of all the batteries with, like DPP that is centrally held by commission. So it came to my desk and basically I vetoed this, saying we cannot, maybe for batteries we can do it. There are finite number of players and it'll be kind of database that can be managed by commission, but think of all the other products that are coming up. So we had a big fight in the summer of 2020 because everybody wanted to do what April does. Basically, everybody knew April and everybody wanted to just follow the April. And I said, no, future is not centralized. So, and we had several months of discussions to give them the idea that we in DigiConnect kind of, it's obvious to us that there are ways and there is the IT that can help you to work in a decentralized manner. And the only argument, and then that argument had to be also, when the ESPR was negotiated in the Council and Parliament, had to come up again, is that technically, once we go to many product categories, we will have so much technical requirements on such database with thousands of queries per second. Even that didn't work, so they said, okay, but we still can manage. The only thing that actually worked is liability. I told them that this DPP is not only for market authorities. This will be DPP for business, B2B, and for consumers. And if we are down for a couple of hours, who will pay the damages to business because they did not have connectivity across the supply chains or whatever between the manufacturer, resale, recycler, or whatever. And that was the only argument that won the decentralization, the liability, that we as Commission would not want to pay all these damages. So this is a little bit of a history for you to understand how it all started and why we are in this mess that we are in now with Caroline suffering for several years now. I see her hair since she started Sirpa's changing. So the decentralization, although theoretically and from DigiConnect point of view, this is our bread and butter, it's difficult. And it's difficult because, as Caroline very well knows, the semantics. Nobody wants to change their way of working. So everybody says, yes, decentralized, but the way I'm doing it. And that's where all the problem starts. I have my own, as chronologically challenged I am. For 30 years, I'm trying to do electronic health records that are global, kind of interoperable across country and then across Europe. The idea that, like the DPP of 2020, this kind of milestone of DPP in 2020 happened for medical records in 1993, and we are still trying. So I hope DPP will not follow this timeline, okay? So we are still fighting it off with medical records. I don't know if anybody of you follows the EHDS, the European Health Data Space regulation, but it's frustrating just because healthcare is not really prerogative of the Commission. Doctors do the things they want to do as they were always doing. So all this interoperability and kind of data space, health data space is very difficult. Hopefully, as a product category, data is much simpler than patient data. I hope we can progress faster. But this is just a little bit of history. So when it started in the summer, we were three of us that started the whole DPP. So it was me and DG Environment colleague, William Neal. He probably speaks as well, no? William, in this DPP marathon? No. And Michele, so Michele is not there, but Ion, Alexander Ion is his follower. So now, to the point that we are already here, let's see just a glimpse of what people are afraid of happening to us as a humanity, okay? So World Economic Forum kind of had a survey with 1,500 experts from all kinds of stakeholders. And they said, in short term, what are you afraid of? And in long term, what are you afraid of? And these are just for you to understand that in the short term, of course, the fast-moving things like wars and misinformation and all the problems that are happening take precedent. But in the long term, when people think in the longer term, it's mostly the triple crisis. Huh? And when I say triple crisis, don't think only of climate change. Climate change is important, but not more important than pollution and biodiversity loss. All three are equally important. And it could be that pollution and biodiversity loss actually kills more people than climate change at the moment. So, and that they will, you know, this one of the other crises may get us faster than climate change. Now, so what is the future we want? And I'm saying that I'm just going really up to stratosphere now, just to give you the foundation of how the DPP actually started. The future we want is actually sustainability, but not only environmental. Remember, sustainability has three dimensions. And the hardest part for humanity, for any organization, and I'm talking big organizations like maybe TNO or Fraunhofer or any Nobel Prize economist or scientist, nobody knows how to optimize any intervention that we do in politics, in technology, in economics, across these three dimensions. It's always, I optimize across one, max two, and I hope that it has a good outcome for the third. But the optimization across three dimensions is something we have not learned institutionally, in the school, and science. This is the challenge that we still have to tackle. How do I take economic policy that has social and environmental optimal outcome? Because at the moment, those three dimensions are political parties that fix one dimension and just say, whatever is left, I will do for the other two. But one of the three is non-negotiable. And you can think of which parties I'm talking about. Germany is actually these colors. So now what is the role of circular economy? For me, like the main highway, the implementation path, the best road to sustainability is to move away from linear economy to circular economy. Circular economy is actually addressing all triple crises. Because normally what you hear in the news is energy, fossil fuels, energy. That's mostly climate vision. People that just understand climate, but they don't understand pollution, they don't understand biodiversity loss. So to actually, because the non-circularity of our economy is responsible for 60% of climate change, 90% of the biodiversity loss, more than 40% of the pollution, air pollution, for example. So to really tackle the drivers of the triple crisis, I think that one of the top priorities and main highways to get there is circular economy, okay? Now, if that's the future we want, and I'm just talking for myself, and not everybody will agree with that, but, and it's kind of simplified, let's see what the tools we have. Now, coming from DigiConnect, I will focus on one tool, okay? There are many tools, and there are many things, okay? Digitalization is not the most important thing in the world, but digitalization is a tool if we give it a purpose. Because if you don't give a purpose, you will suffer. Digitalization, and I don't need to tell you what actually it does to our kids, what it does to our society, what social media do, what the big tech do. There is a lot of problems just because it's left ungoverned in a way. So digitalization can be, if you give it a purpose, to support sustainability and circular economy. The slides will be given to you, so you don't need to take pictures. I will send them, or Caroline will actually put them on on the website, or Martin, whoever. So two flagships that I personally am aware, because it's DigiConnect thing, is the DPP and Business Wallet that was presented yesterday by Alina, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. So when I started DPP, I had one thing in mind: DPP as a tool to accelerate the move, the transition to circular economy. That was the purpose. Now, as you will see, it has many purposes. But the original purpose, and I just want to say that because I don't want the new purposes that are welcome to take out of the nest the original purpose, like the cuckoos that, that are coming like new birds in the nest that try to kick out the original little bird there. So to empower circular business model, and especially between the B2C, B2G, and B2B, for me, the B2B was the most important thing. How do we, with DPP, empower B2B to move to circular business models? Now, what are circular business models? Well, I have listed some of them, but if you just Google it out, there are many of them. For me, the kind of the flagship circular business model is a product as a service. Just because we want to move our economy from making money by selling materials in one shape or the other, that's how people make money, sell materials that are undervalued as a natural resource. You put them in a shape of a furniture, mobile phone, car, whatever, and sell masses of it. So more tons of materials you sell, more money you make. That is normally what is happening today. Let's move to, instead of selling materials, selling services with less materials, addressing people's needs, but using less materials, but still making money, being very profitable because we can sell the same thing 3 times, and addressing people's needs because it's maybe cheaper. So it's socially more fair in a way. So that's the ideal. Now the world is much more complex than this ideal. Now, what is it for an industry? And that's basically the topic of the day. And these are very, very naive and kind of potentials that I'm going to say, because we have heard over the last 2 days, I'm sure, a lot of complaints, and this is making my life very difficult. There's a lot of cost and a lot of burden. But ideally, and the design was done in a way that we actually change business models to, as I said, circular business model like product as a service. Do I have, with the DPP, situational awareness as a manufacturer to move from extended producer responsibility, so I have to pay for all these environmental damages I do, to extended producer ownership? Actually, I own these things throughout the life cycle. And I just have a predictive maintenance. I know where the product is, what kind of state it is in, when it's being repaired, when it's reaching. I can even actually predict when it's reaching the recycling. I will then plan on when these products end, on average, their lifetime, how much of a secondary material I come back to manufacturing, how much of those materials or products I get to remanufacture, or I get recycled material back. So I can plan today. I have no idea what price and where I get recycled material, so it's much cheaper to order virgin materials as a manufacturer. So it's just cheaper, it's just less hassle. But if we can move through DPP to this economy where I predict, I know, and I can rely on secondary materials, and I have the tax incentives, which I'm trying to fight now with the tax suit, to have tax incentives for these type of things under the Clean Industrial Act, this would actually make the difference. Now, supply chain efficiency, cost reduction, DPP was not scheduled for supply chain tracking and tracing, but it's being used, and there are other forces that are coming in to link with DPP to go upstream. But DPP, by design, was manufacturer and downstream, okay? But we are now working with others to make sure that we actually take it upstream, downstream, that there is some coherence. But DPP per se does not say anything upstream, does not tell you how to get the data. You are just, as a manufacturer, that's the more equal responsible partner. As a manufacturer, I don't know how you're going to get it, but you have to produce DPP that has this data that the delegated acts will explain, will actually agree on what to be captured. You can manage, as I said, circularity resources. You can, now the SME is a pain, to say this, because they go through a pain. And for me telling them this is good for you, they look at me like, okay. So I'm not good, I know I'm not naive, But ideally, I am trying, and this is something that the other DGs don't understand, to create a DPP as a service. I'm trying to find ways to kind of certify or to give, we have something like DPP as a service providers. There is an open consultation. I know that DPPs will never be in a position to understand Caroline's knowledge tree, okay, about what semantics they need to understand and how DPP will work. So they want to work with trusted partners. I just want to make sure that this trusted partner is not one or two big techs that will then take everything and run with it. That this is an opportunity for a lot of SMEs in Greece, in Malta, in Germany, everywhere, that know the product category, that are close to their clients, and that can give them DPP as a service and much more. The DPP is just the spearhead of a lot of services that IT company can provide to digitalize SMEs that have their own means and will never have their own means. But it has to be cheap, and it has to be mutually beneficial in a way that in addition to a DPP, which by law you cannot reuse the data as a DPP service provider, but all the other things you do for the company through the DPP and the voluntary data, you can help them with markets compliance, you can help them with kind of business intelligence, that there is other types of benefits for the DPP providers as well with the data beyond DPP that they also can valorize if they have many clients in another way as a secondary data usage. Okay, and I come back to the regulation that we just did on healthcare, because there is very strict and very specific way of how a secondary data can be harnessed and valorized. Transparency, of course, B2C, consumer trust, and you see a lot of companies with luxury brands are already there. A lot of companies are doing it already, and we had presentation, where is the next speaker will actually show you things that are already happening. Which is opportunity to tell you, don't wait, do it. Don't wait for the commission to take your product category and tell you what to do. There is jump the gun and already start, because there are benefits that people already experience. And of course, and this is the most important thing for DG Grow, and this is what drives at the moment the situation, is regulatory compliance. So these are the things for industry. I have a lot of things, but my time is over. I will flash, and you can have the slides. One thing that I wanted to tell you is like how and we're going to finance all these things. How are we going to finance this? And there is one specific thing I want to tell you that I'm working on, and that is that I want to create entry and clear entry in EU taxonomy, that if you have a DPP as a service provider, that cost of development or using or buying this service can be financed by green money, sustainable finance. Okay? So I've worked with my colleagues in DG FISMA and DG Envy to make a DPP type activity aligned with EU taxonomy. I don't know if what that means is that green money and all think of RRF. I don't know what you know better. The RRF has 40% of RRF, that's the 700 billion that we are not spending enough in member states, is the green money. If you look at what is in the RRF on the green, it's the usual boring things, solar panel, wind panels. There's not much innovation. So I want to make sure that this green money, not only the digital money, but the green money can be used for digital product passport type expenditures, to develop it and to use it or to service it. And I think we managed. So if you think how EU taxonomy works, there is the climate objectives, and that's where something called Green Digital Coalition has developed methodology, how a digital solution can be assessed with respect to net climate impact. So suppose you have a digital solution in a building, in the energy sector, in the transport, in agriculture. You take digital solution, and we have a now methodology. I worked with like 40 biggest companies and scientists, and you can measure the direct footprint, because it's gadgets. The gadgets had to be produced, and there's a footprint behind any digital. You bring digital to anything, you're adding emissions. Now you use it, And if you use it properly, you really can reduce emissions. So the net impact, that means reduction minus the direct footprint. There is a new methodology, first of a kind, that we developed. We published it last year. And that is aligned with EU taxonomy. So if you show that your IT has a net impact positive on emissions, you can get green money to develop it and to use it. And that same thinking I use then in the environmental objectives, the blue. And we have now circular economy IT systems that improve environmental factors or environmental KPIs are EU taxonomy aligned. That means you can ask your banks that are handling green money, and a lot of private investors now are key to support sustainable finance. So like I talked to EBRD, World Bank, EIB, they're committing to 45 to 50% of whatever they will fund to be sustainable. So I'm trying to put the DPP on that menu. And I think we are doing fine. So it'll be done, okay? But there are other ways to finance things. And as I said, DPP service providers should find a way to have a good business so they can provide to SMEs for a very cheap price DPP as a service, okay? There are things called omnibus. This is like 3 hours talk. How much time do I have? But be aware, how many of you are from companies? Okay, we are trying to simplify your life. Is this recorded?
Yes, it's streaming on the web. So the entire world is listening.
Okay. Now I have to keep the party line. Yeah, so we are trying to simplify. But don't be surprised if this will run into difficulties, and it will actually have some gray zones and unclear things. We'll do our best, but Omnibus was dismantled in 3 weeks without much impact assessment. We are one of the last institutions that do impact assessment. You know what that is? Mm-hmm. We actually try to think what impact what these legislations will have. I mean, we are few in the world doing it, and because the world has moved to post-factual, kind of like don't bother me with the facts anymore type thing. So this omnibus was not actually thought through because it had to be done fast. So there was no impact assessment. So brace yourself that the impact of this simplification may not have been yet understood, okay? Especially with respect to CSRD, CSDD, and other things. Now, there are many omnibuses. Maybe we can take it in the coffee break or later. But one thing that I wanted to say here is that the omnibus and our institution suddenly woke up to DPP and say, wow, what did you do here in ESPR for the circular economy? I like this. I take this and I use it for reporting, regulatory compliance, anything that has to do with gathering information across the value chain for regulatory issues. And that dominates. So the secondary purpose, the DPP was not designed for that. Suddenly they're like, our masters took it and made it like the tool without even having one example of it. We have not even tested it in our setting, and it's already advertised everywhere that this will be the solution as digital solution for all the simplifications regarding the Green Deal. Now, how the Green Deal got there that we had to simplify is another story that I cannot say. In public, exactly. Now, I read your abstract, so we will have nice presentations coming up. I have no time, but I really liked what you guys did, and actually, wanted to say, nice words about you. But unfortunately, it's on the slides. You are in black and white, but you see your names there. I went through the abstracts, and I really liked what I've heard and what I've seen. Okay, so I have some examples there that I really wanted to highlight. You see the name, so I just want to say that. So THESEUS and BASE and Smart Chain that you will hear about. Just one word, data space. Don't underestimate the concept. It's very nebulous. It's very difficult to understand what data space is. It is not something that one person can grasp because it has regulatory governance issues, and that's normally lawyers, and it's a discussion in a separate room. It's very data-oriented issues. That's the meat of a hamburger. And it is the plumbing, the interoperability, very IT people. So when IT people talk about data space, they see the plumbing. When lawyers speak about the data space, they see the governance. And when data people speak, they see the meat, okay? So it's like a hamburger, but it's difficult for one person to grasp the whole picture and take a slice of a hamburger. And that's why Caroline actually is trying to create this understanding through semantic interoperability, but it's still the plumbing less the governance. I better stop here. This is self-explanatory, but I don't know if there are any questions or things that we can go through, but don't wait for us. Go and do things, and I'm glad that what I see is that there are so many projects. I'm even surprised that from the beginning in 2020, 5 years from now, we have 100 projects. People are already running with it because they are excited. So continue, you're doing a great job. There's a lot of good ideas that take DPP to all kinds of corners that we never thought about, and bring value to whomever the value is, company, consumer, organizations, public institutions. Partner with trusted DPP service providers. So don't think that every company will understand what authentication and secure storage of data and DPP-like will be. They don't even understand the basics. So they need to be served, and they need to be served in a trusted manner. And it doesn't need to be one big company doing everything for everybody. Okay? And then for Rigo is the last point. So I thought of Rigo saying, okay. I cannot not mention the standards, okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elias. Yes. Yes.
Hello. Il faut rester appuyé. Thank you very much. This is so clear and so insightful and inspiring in terms of the vision the DPP should carry to transition towards the circular economy. I'm a DPP solution provider. We've been doing DPP since 2018, equipping 2 million first luxury goods and now moving to appliances. And when you say do it cheap and you will get money later, I'm asking you, how the hell does that work? Because today we don't have financing, because obviously VCs don't care about something that is just about regulation and compliance, and we don't even know when it's going to come. And economic operators are just waiting for what is it going to be, and they don't want to move a finger until they know exactly what sauce they will be eaten with. So we're stuck in the middle of something where we are trying to create products, DPP products that bring value, but we have to convince. And now I understand you say do it for cheap, but you will get green money maybe later. And so how do we get out of this equation? What's the path for DPP solution provider?
I know
that.
I mean, you have a very good point. You have a very good point. At the moment, before the green money becomes and tax incentives become applicable, you need to prove to the client that you're saving money, and that savings you share, they pay some of that savings to you. So you have all the burden at the moment yourself, unfortunately, okay? But we're trying to come in to educate your clients that this is the way to go, little bit by carrot, little bit by stick, that you have to, but also that this is good for you in a way. And it's the voluntary data that you have to work with him to understand that I can simplify your reporting, I can give you business intelligence, you can actually get this and this that will save you money, and from that money I want this piece. So at the moment the burden is on you. I understand it fully, but I'm trying, as what I said, is that you can request green finance for your development of that DPP service, and they can get green finance and grants for for taking this information and hopefully valorizing it through other ways than just their own. Yeah?
And do you know when this is going to be available? Because for brands, when we go to an economic operator and we tell them you're going to save money, etc., they're like, okay, I see it, but I have to deploy so many efforts, I have to put QR codes on things, I have to mobilize teams. They don't just pay us, they just pay for resources inside. And so we are telling them that they're going to win money, save money after they spend it, which is sometimes hard to swallow.
Let's take it afterwards.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great talk and yeah, very interesting. I have two questions in general. For this green money, are any specific rules or instrument how to apply it, for whom it is available? And the second, for EU taxonomy. Yeah, who contributed, who evaluated, and how you establish it? Because I say for many different DPP, it will be, of course, case-specific, industry-specific, and maybe it is broader. And maybe, yes?
The word taxonomy. Taxonomy refers to the financing rules. It has nothing to do with DPP.
EU tech, and it's not taxonomy of any. It's not like the semantics. It's actually a law. There is a legal text that says what is considered sustainable activity. And if you're doing this sustainable activity, and this is the way to prove it, you can get green money with better conditions, you know.
Okay, clear, because it is really confusion here between vocabulary. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. So one of the key issues is how to bring DPP service providers in the market. There might be a very simple solution, and that is that trade has been paying custom brokers already for ages to do exactly the same work. What does it mean? They collect the data from the company, they put it in a declaration, or now a DPP. They verify the data, so there's a kind of legal obligation on custom brokers really to double check on the data. So in some countries it's even mandatory to use a custom broker. And it's they are small entities typically, and they also help with IT sophistication. So for the SMEs, they always use custom brokers. The business model could be identical to that. And the interesting thing is, does trade complain about custom brokers? No, because it's regulation. So to that extent, it's very similar. Like with the custom declaration, you simply have to submit it, no discussion about it. But to make your life easy, there are service providers that can help you. They are called custom brokers. So that could be an interesting analogy to say, okay, how can we develop the DPP service providers?
This is a very good point, and now you made me think about that every company uses accountants to do their bookkeeping. So it's kind of the same thing, because they pay them. So why? Because there is a benefit for taking the burden from them. So it's about the same, but I don't want to create such a legislation that it's so much burdened with so much money, because they will kill it as we go. They will slowly try to, boycott it. So it has to be light in a way. It has to be beneficial. And if we go to but you have to imagine the world where the materials will be more expensive than labor cost. And then it will start making sense, because this DPP will save you money, and you will do with less materials, more profits and more services. You see, so at the moment, we are in a very bad situation where the financial capital is everything, labor capital maybe, and natural capital is completely undervalued. But if we want to be correct capitalism, we should put all these capitals correctly valued, and you will see then how this DPP will be a Rolls-Royce to get me to be more competitive as a company. And it's not only carbon, so yeah, the materials is not only carbon price.
One question from Eugenio.
Yes, hello. I represent an industry working in the textile. So textile is a sector where 90% of the companies are SMEs, and the average dimension of the companies is 10 employees. So very fragmented and using subcontracting through the value chain. So given the fact that the DPP should be issued by the final producer, the point is that the brands requires all the passages through the value chain, all the tiers, to provide the data. So I have mainly two questions. The first one, who grants that the competition is fair towards the imported goods? I mean, you are talking about the DPP for the European producers, but everybody knows that there are a lot of imported goods which are not compliant, not controlled, and so what we risk is that we European companies are subject to the DPP and to a cost, and on the other side, our competition on the market is not granted. So it is absolutely mandatory to entitle somebody to control that the data included into the DPP of the imported goods are reliable, otherwise they should be stopped importing. Because everybody knows that Shine, Temu and so on are importing goods which are not compliant, and nobody stops this, first. Second, brands, large brands are not willing to pay the suppliers for the DPP. So this is a matter of fact. I assisted to some calls of large brands saying, you have to provide the data. If you don't, we don't buy from you, and the problem is yours. So passing through the bank system to have a support is a very long, too long time for a small company. A tax credit would be immediate and would be very fast to get for the companies. And this is something which has been working in Italy for the research. You get money immediately, not passing through the banks, because if you don't have the bank, a good relationship with the bank, you are not allowed to access to this money. Even if the Commission puts the money into the system, the money do not arrive to the SMEs, while a tax credit would be immediate. So these are the two questions.
Sorry, we will eat the whole session time, but first, it's not only European manufacturers, it's any product that wants to be sold in Europe. So we are now, the companies you mentioned, we are looking at them through a different lens. We have something in the DigiConnect called Digital Services Digital Market, the Digital Market Act that is looking at them. Okay, so we have many ways to look at that to prevent that there are people that go from the back door. But any product that wants to be sold from wherever it comes from has to have a DPP. The DPP, now the question is reliable data, and you talked for 2 days, you talked about the quality of the data, how do we trust it, how do we certify it, okay? So it's a long issue, but we're working on that. On the second one, about the tax credit, it's actually actual, this is today, is a deadline for us to push for the tax credits for this kind of IT solutions and IT ways to do it under the Clean Industry Act, but there are maybe other ways to do it. So we will try to push, especially the DPP community within the Commission, to arrive to the tax credit for such thing. So in short, because I know we are pressed by time, but we can discuss if I can afterwards. Is Andreas here? The textile industry, because we have a whole ecosystem of textile industry. I don't know if you know about this.
I am in the working group of Eurotex.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much again.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'm Stella Georgali from ICCS. It's a research institute, the Institute of Computer Science and Communications, located in Greece. And I'm going to really shortly, try to be very short, to present you the digital material and product passports that lie in the Smart Chain project. So this is a project that recently kicked off. It's full Title is Seamless Digital Integration in the Steel Value Chain, aiming at high-quality final products. It's an Horizon project. It involves, as you will see, 14 partners from across Europe, and I think that's the main asset of the project, because many, let's say, important players in the steel industry are involved, like Acerinox, which is a steel producer, like TOFAS, which is automotive, Philips, consumer goods, we all know, Acerinox, I think I mentioned, and some research institutes, including ICCS. And the coordinator is RINA Consulting, with a grant of approximately 5 million euros. It will be running for 36 months, and it kicked off, as I said, in October. So before moving to the digital passport per se. This is a project that involves many digital solutions, which, to be honest, are not my personal field of expertise. I mostly have empathy for the industry, as I used to be a member of the cement industry in the past. So it's a full-stack digital ecosystem. It involves implementation of inline sensing, aiming at capturing real-time material and process data from the steel user side. It involves AI-based process optimization, the implementation of steel data space, which is really, I think it's a very important element of the digital ecosystem in this project. The development of dynamic material and dynamic product passports and decision support systems. All this ecosystem aims at having an important overall impact to guarantee greater transparency, efficiency, and circularity in the steel value chain. So why steel and why now? Because, as I think it has been mentioned several times, steel is a strategic priority under ESPR. It is one of the 7 priority intermediate products for which the delegated acts for the digital product passports will be developed. As I think we all know, it is also important to have a early close look at steel production because it is an industry that has a high environmental footprint and strong pressure for decarbonization, as it is responsible for 7 to 9% of global CO2 emissions. So one of the most carbon intensive industries. Also, from a very for a starting point and the first assessment, we can say that there is some readiness for digital traceability in the sector, as it is a somehow mature sector with established already heat number-based traceability, and it's a good starting point to implement dynamic digital product passports. And speaking about timing, and according to the most up-to-date information by the Joint Research Center and the dedicated team that works for the preparatory study for iron and steel, the delegated act is scheduled for late 2026 to mid-2027, and the next stakeholder workshop will take place soon. So I think important insights from this project can be shared early enough and drive maybe a good decision making. As regards now the data flow architecture, you can see this very simple visual that at a high level shows that at the steel producer side, a unified database will be developed. This will gather data throughout the manufacturing process from all legacy systems that are in place, and ERP and whatever is in place. And the same will happen at the steel user side, and also information by the inline sensors that will be implemented through this project will also end up in this unified database. This databases will be connected with IDS connectors. So here we see the industrial data space that will guarantee the seamless information exchange among the makers and the users. The digital material passport is the passport for the intermediate product, for the steel that is produced, and the digital product passport will carry all the information at the, when the product will be produced, the final product. And an overview of the use cases in this slide. I just wanted to show you that at the left part of the visual, it's always a steel maker, and at the other part you will see many different applications for steel. So we have consumer goods, parts of the automotive industry, household appliance. So we will have the opportunity to test the system in many different end products. Moving on to the software architecture overview, this is a zoom in for the digital material and digital product passports, not the architecture as for the whole project. So it's simple enough, it seems simple enough. The aim of this architecture is to enable secure, interoperable and real-time tracing of steel material and products. So at the core, we have the GraphQL interface through which we are going to ingest data from multiple sources, from the centralized database, from the sensors, and then the data will be recorded in Hyperledger Fabric blockchain. With the REST API, we are going to expose this data to external applications, and we are going also to create a user interface to visualize the DMP and the DPP. And I think I should move on to the next slide, where there is something like a real, it's our first steps in the project. Real-world pilot use case is the first use case where Acerinox is going to deliver steel strips to Philips, and Philips will create a razor blade with this steel. So we will implement end-to-end traceability, and our model relies on EPCIS 2.0 event standard, which enables event-based traceability. Mainly, we're going to use three categories, I think, of event types: object event, transformation event, and transaction event. So every real production step corresponds to a traceability event. The starting point is the heat creation, and then we go at the next step of the process with cold rolling and slitting, and the shipment. And this is these are we could say the main traceability events linked to the production of the steel. And then we move to the user side, which will be Philips, and then the first traceability event will be when the coil will be received, and then we have the plate punching and the hardening and packaging, and you can see some very plain visuals of the production steps. That what I want to show is that each of them corresponds to a traceability event. And a few words about the information, the data, the kind of data that will be included in the passport. This is still under consultation with the partners, because since there is not a delegated act and a predefined template, and we have the time to do so, it's a very good opportunity to raise awareness, what kind of information we could include and why we should include it. Of course, we will address the ESPR basic, let's say, thematics, but other than that, how, even from a market differentiation point of view, the producer or the user could benefit of information in the DPP. We have also recently started a discussion that was not really predefined in the contract, but I think it's really interesting and it is close to the real world. We've started a discussion about the ESG reporting requirements and how, again, they could benefit from the implementation of a DPP to address also these requirements. So I have some indicative, let's say, information that will be included: mechanical, chemical properties, CO2 footprint, that would be really interesting to try to implement. mostly at the steel makers, you will see side. At the steel producers, this project is for the razor blades and not for the final product, a part of the final product. And more traceability events will be loaded as the production process in Philips evolves. This is the, I think, the most, let's say, important slide to my point of view. It's again linking somehow to the real world. So, okay, we described everything. Indeed, Smart Chain provides a test bed for implementing dynamic DPPs in the sector, and I think it will be pioneering. At this point, what we do and what the project will do for the DPPs is to see what's technically possible and how also the implementation of industrial data space and these unified databases will work in the real world. But the main challenge and the main discussion so far with industry partners is the concern about how to share this sensitive data and how with blockchain and with industrial data space they will be safe, and how they will have different access rights, and we are going to guarantee that. So this needs a lot of discussion, I think, and feedback from the people that implement digital solutions, but also the industry. Another challenge, technical one, is how to align the existing legacy systems with new DPP requirements, because nobody wants to so we will try to do it with a lightweight. If you have some legacy systems in place, you don't want to abandon them, you want to build on them. And that's the effort there. And overall, how to generate value beyond the compliance obligations. I think that's the most important. So that's the real challenge at the end of the day, not just to implement the DPP, I think we will do that, but to make them work for the industry, to raise awareness in the industry, and to make them see value in doing so. And last but not least, the dialogue is ongoing. Some of you have already participated in our first Digital Product Passport event, which we considered rather successful, and we hope you enjoyed. And we would like to invite you to join also our second Digital Passport event, because this will take place here in Brussels, and of course it should take place here in Brussels, because the feature theme will be policy, and I think that's the place to discuss about policy. It will take place in November, and we will follow up. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, me and my colleagues here, maybe you can, yeah.
Yes, Adrian.
Thank you for your wonderful talk, especially that you came up with the concept of material passports. I will elaborate in my talk. I have a question. You said you have quite some traceability events with your DPP. I remember the closing event where Elias was telling in the final speak, DPP is not a traceability tool. There I'm a bit confused. I just read the SPR traceability, DPPs or trace or track and trace substances of concern, but it is not used as a track and trace tool. So I'm a bit puzzled about your statements. There are tons or there are multiple traceability events using the DPP.
I hope my microphone was on. The traceability events, the traceability module is a module of the Digital Product Passport. And I think it adds value to the, at least according to our design. And it's something that adds value to the passport.
So it's in your design, but it's not in the SPR. So it's something that you propose, but you don't say it must be implemented. Okay, then I'm fine with it.
If I may, yeah, it's something, also it's an approach that we have worked with in several other projects, and it worked fine, and stakeholders also have seen value in that. So, and in addition, for the steel industry, it's an opportunity, we think. Yes, please.
Sorry. I was a bit surprised about one of your statements, is that you say that industry was challenging because it was what's next, more value to next to the regulatory obligation. in particular the steel industry, so we are also in a large steel project with Tata Steel. There's really, they don't care about the regulatory obligation because they say it's we have to be sure that it's, for instance, doesn't contain copper. So the DPP for them is an essential element to create more value in recycling. And for instance, they aim at, so now they use 15% scrap steel. They want to go to 30% scrap steel. They cannot do that without DPP from the dismantlers, because then you have to really to keep track on what's happening all to the steel in the German automotive, then back to the dismantlers, etc. So you really need that, and that is added value.
You are right. It's as you say, and let me elaborate. The steel partners don't see the compliance. The reason why I think they are engaged in this project is for their real life to see efficiencies. But the challenge is to have really a success in doing so through the DPP. It's not that they are not motivated. My comment there was that it is a challenge to succeed in doing so. It's not that they are not motivated. So maybe I need to restate.
Thanks for the presentation. So I have one question regarding the Hyperledger. How you ensure that the data privacy, or maybe in this case, because you also go to the supply chain, the identity of the suppliers which are there on the chain is preserved?
I know that we have a private Hyperledger fabric in place. To be honest, I don't know more. I know that we have implemented that in other projects. We have access rights, different for each, and it's modular, I think, as well. But maybe my colleague can explain better here. I don't know, because I'm not the deep expert with the blockchain, to be honest.
You mean how to ensure that no one has access to who is putting the information in, or what's the?
No, I mean that this means all the partners which are joining to the public ledger, normally they can access, it's a protected chain. That means you are, what I understand, you are putting the data, but also they are the identity of the organization. That means somebody who provides data to his supplier, he don't want to reveal this information to the next in the chain. How you preserve that? So are you implementing the zero knowledge proofs, or?
We have different access rights for different, so people in our organizations, in other, or even within the organization, don't have access to data other than the ones that they are entitled to, let's say, or they are supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, even from what we try to do is to define the access right, but rights per user. But as Costa said, even from the same company, they don't want, from the initial discussions, not all people from the same company will see the information that another has shared unless they are allowed to.
I have 3 questions, which I'm just wondering if you're working on this, not if the project's just started. One is, I think the choice of EPSIS 2.0 standard is quite interesting. And because I think originally it's focused on retail, so is there a certain logic beyond the EPSIS 2.0 standards for links to traceability? So do you have any thoughts to share on the thinking behind, okay, why for steel we want EPSIS 2.0? And the second is more, are you going to work on the digitalization of the steel markings, which is very specific to the steel industry, into a DPP context? And that also relates to the data carriers and the application. How do we make this work, especially for life cycle retrieval of information? If we have scrap and we have a QR code on it, it's probably not going to last. So what is a good data carrier that is easy to scan, retrieve, automate? So, and just want to know if you're working this or if you have insights to share.
For the first question, I'm not sure. I think that it's an advanced framework. The PCI is 2.0. It has been tested. It works fine. So nobody, even the other technology providers, like the provider that will develop the data space, are fine with it. So we have permission to go. And I remember the third question. The second I forgot.
The second is on the specific steel markings on the steel rebar. There are specific markings engraved in different steel parts. They're not digitalized, so I have to manually see them and read them. And how do we link that to DPPs?
These, I think, markings.
Your mic.
From the first visit, because as I said before, we just had our first general assembly. So, but at the first visit we had at the steel maker's site, this manual, as you say, marks. On the one hand, they are manual, but they carry information. So that's the bet. That's what we try to do. And I think this links to the third question: what kind of mark we are going to use? This will go case by case. We have not. I mean, it is interesting. We are thinking about it already. But we have not decided yet which way to go, and we are testing different solutions, let's say. The aim is to try to get the information that already, with this premature traceability in place, we need to link somehow. And for the user side, like Philips, for example, they have DMC codes at the products. Again, we will try to build on that, but we have not made up our minds yet. So no.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to move on. We can take it during the break. Next is Anna Gabriella Vergara from UNEP.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ana Fernandez Vergara from the United Nations Environment Program. Thank you to all the organizers for inviting us to this event. And I'm here to share about a project that we are co-developing at the moment, which is a global framework for digital product information systems. Right from the start, you might see that we are not speaking about digital product passports. This project is about harmonizing different initiatives that are emerging around the world, not just focus on digital product passports, but that might be pursuing very similar sustainability goals, especially looking at what global South countries are considering and assessing at the moment in terms of similar tools as digital product passports. Now, this is an opportunity to harmonize sustainability data for global impact. UNEP is leading the way. However, we are very fortunate to have different partners that are working with us on building this global framework, since it is hosted by the Digitalization for Circular Economy initiative. You see on the slides the different partners that we have, including the co-leads that are more active, let's say, on pushing for this global framework and contributing and helping us identify the different synergies and priorities that we are pursuing through this global framework for digital product information systems. We are fortunate to have the European Commission, Ilias and Thomas, as special advisors to this initiative. And the idea is to facilitate the trajectory of digital transformations so that it accelerates and scales environmentally and socially inclusive circular economy. I'm listing here a couple of the latest outputs that are coming from the Digitalization for Circular Economy initiative, just for your knowledge and context. Now let me go into what is it that we're doing on the global framework. So we identified that the data per passport legislation and all the different outputs that are coming from the European Union are creating a momentum around the world. Different countries are now interested in issuing digital product information systems that are pursuing very similar goals and are putting the focus on sustainability, but at the same time, they might be focused, for example, on specific stages of the value chain, or might be more interested in the traceability of the digital product passport. And so this is a conversation that is happening at the moment between different countries, between different providers. And we see that there's a need for simplified and harmonized information for this type of digital product information systems. And when we consider this from the perspective of industry and economic operators, this is also an opportunity to ensure that we are not overwhelming the companies with disclosing and collecting data under different frameworks around the world. But also, if we consider just from the European Union perspective, we understand that value chains are connected, and in many cases, information needs to come from the global south, from smaller producers in different parts of the world that will be providing and inputting the data into the data passports. Under this context, we decided that it was a very important initiative to try to find harmonization on the sort of data that needs to be collected. Now, the global framework is sector agnostic, so what we are trying to build is something that it aims to harmonize at the data category and subcategory level, because to be sector agnostic, it would be very complicated to go into the data entry points. So staying at the data category and subcategory level is our target. And then to try to harmonize some of the high-level principles that could be consensed between different countries, governments that will be issuing this type of legislation. So principles around accessibility, of course, interoperability should be at the center of it so that we enable this type of ecosystem around digital product information systems. Now, how are we doing this? The first important thing to consider is that we are co-developing this framework. It is not just the United Nations Environment Programme prescribing and saying to different governments, this is what you should be doing. It's quite the opposite. It's coming from multiple consultations with different governments from the Global South, from experts such as yourselves, and also from the co-leads of the Digitalization for Circular Economy Initiative, ITU, UNIDO. We also have the pleasure of working with the Wuppertal Institute that I think it's sitting among us. Yeah. And so many partners that are taking the lead and contributing to this global framework. Now, and another important point is that we are building on existing standards. We understand that there are so much already in place that it doesn't really make sense for us to be building new standards or creating something that already exists. It is more about bringing them together, also raising awareness, especially with Global South governments, so that they can build and use those standards when relevant. And of course, building the consensus for such a global framework. We have, as another principle, that we are pilot testing so that we ensure that whatever is within this global framework is actually feasible, that we are not creating something that it's not implementable, especially considering the needs and the capacities of different countries. And then I had mentioned before that this is sector agnostic. However, we understand that we are learning from the more advanced sectors, including textiles, batteries, electronics, and others. We are putting the focus on the life cycle perspective, and even within the core team that is developing this within UNEP, we are working with the Life Cycle Initiative, which is hosted by UNEP, because we see this as a key element and the heart of the framework. Now, we understand that we also need to consider the business perspective and how data product information systems may create an opportunity for leveling the playing field and ensure that we remain competitive and innovative among companies. Now, the process, we started in 2024 with some data assessments and technical overviews to try to understand where was the value proposition for this global framework. We had, or we developed a potential framework outline and also the data categories. As I've mentioned, this is the key element that we see in this global framework. We had consultations with over 40 countries and 200 organizations, especially engaging Global South, since we identified that they were not being included into these conversations. And that brought new partners that have now joined, including some public institutions from different governments around the world. We are now moving into the draft of the framework and also the pilot testing. We aim for adoption and dissemination for 2026 and onwards. Now, what are the key components that we are proposing under this global framework? You have at the top the data content, which is the categories and subcategories that are covering a full spectrum of sustainability data, and that covers different options that a government could look at. Now, we see this as a menu of options, so that we push for ambitious yet simplified and implementable data product information systems. Now, there are some high-level principles on governance so that we ensure that these are accessible and that they make sense for all key stakeholders. So that includes some principles that are more around protecting the data, for example, but also ensuring that whatever is accessible, it's also protecting confidentiality, and so that we understand the different perspectives that are at play here. Then in technical components, we want to make it clear we are technology agnostic. We don't endorse a specific technology solution. What we are just pushing for is that governments, when they're designing these type of systems, that they consider that they need to be interoperable and that they might be looking at different functionalities. And so how can they align and ensure that we are not creating fragmentation around the world with these different emerging systems? Then we have a small component of a list of standards that we are also very keen on learning from GTC 24, so that we can include them, but there are many others that we are also capturing and including in this framework. Then a small component on incentives, so that governments can also consider if there are any financial mechanisms that can be in place. So very similar to what Ilias was presenting earlier today about how it could be related to sustainable finance. So these are the type of conversations that also need to take place in other parts of the world. And so the framework is pushing and encouraging these type of reflections as well. And finally, on capacity building and training, we have also the partner from UNIDO, who is conducting readiness assessments in the Global South on textiles value chain. And they have gone through different surveys that are now showing very interesting results about what are the needs for capacity and for enabling different frameworks at the national level to endorse and to adapt, implement data product passports. And so this is informing, for example, that specific component. Now, in terms of a global baseline for the technology, these are some of the elements that we are considering. Again, this is something that we see as just a baseline. We do not want to be prescriptive, especially on the technology side, but we want to make sure that governments understand the challenge ahead. These are some of the elements that we are considering for the global framework in terms of open technology. Semantic interoperability, it would be more like encouraging on a progressive basis that governments require the disclosure of definitions and data structures that are being used. Then also allowing for flexibility and scalability so that they don't necessarily push for something very ambitious from the start. They might be pushing for something that grows over time and that it's modular. Of course, easy to implement and cost effective. One that we are very keen on having feedback, and it's open to your feedback as well, it's whether or not we should be encouraging governments to establish baseline requirements for the infrastructure. So should that be left to just the DPP providers, or should governments include them into regulations? This is an open question for us. And again, this is open to feedback from any experts and people like coming from your field as well. So please get in touch if you have questions and feedback on this. Standardized guidelines as well, and user-friendly interfaces. Now, as I mentioned before, we are very interested in pilot projects in the Global South to test the framework in real conditions. So this is focusing specifically on the data content so that we understand how ambitious and how costly it would be for companies to gather this information and then disclose it through Digital Product Passport, Digital Product Information System. Inform, of course, the development of national instruments, since I've mentioned that there's a growing interest from different governments to issue legislation or maybe industry guidance documents, then this is something that we are aiming to do through these pilot projects. The potential value chains that we are considering for these pilot projects are ICT and textiles. We are starting this year, but it will continue till next year as well. I leave here a QR code so that you can maybe reach out to us, share the questionnaire, just so we have your details. And if you're interested to contributing and to be a part of this conversation, to please get in touch. We are very keen on having new ambassadors, new experts that are providing feedback. It's a very open and consultative process, so you are all very much invited to engage with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions? Yes.
Sorry, thanks for the nice presentation. I was a bit surprised that you didn't refer in any way to the UN trade protocol, so of UN ECEs. Can you explain the link?
Yes, thank you for that question. We get it very often, more recently. So this is another initiative that we know it's looking at very similar goals. I think that at the beginning, they were kind of focusing on a different aspects, and so the two initiatives had a clearer cut. Now, there are some synergies that we're exploring with UNECE and the team. Of course, our global framework would be in some parts very much aligned to what they are proposing on the recommendation 49. But in terms of technology, we have a big difference because UN Transparency Protocol, it's advocating for specific technologies in a way, and we are not. So they will be referenced, of course, in the global framework as one of the useful frameworks that they could be used, but we are not necessarily just endorsing and advocating for that one. And a second point that we would like to make is that we have a different approach in terms of how these frameworks are being developed. For us, we have put the focus on going with governments from the Global South to try to understand what is the question for them, what are the challenges, how can we make this a global conversation, because we see that data fragmentation is already an issue here, and we understand that global value chains are impossible not to include the Global South because data needs to come from suppliers from all around the world. And last point is the terms of more an inclusive conversation, putting the focus on sustainability and inclusion for this global framework.
Caroline?
Quickly, what is the link between your work and ISO PWI 25534?
So this is also something that we are looking into at the moment. the global framework is learning from the different ISO standards. We included them into the pre-studies that we mentioned, so the data assessments included all the different ISO standards that were approved at the time. Now, for all emerging work and ongoing work, we have very close collaboration with ISO experts, and we are involved in these conversations. UNEP is a part of ISO, and so we aim to take any lessons learned and all the ISO standards as much as possible, but we will also be including others that might be relevant that ISO is not currently covering, let's say.
Yes, Selim.
Actually, yes, thank you. I'm asking actually essentially what you mean by the global south beyond South Africa, Brazil, and India. That's one thing. And the other one actually, why the global north should impose actually regulation to the global south?
Thank you very much. So what we mean is basically all regions in the world that are Latin America, that are Africa, Asia, and the part that is considered the global south, right? And we have identified through this process that this is not only a certain specific countries. So if we look at Latin America, we have identified that Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, Paraguay are all considering digital product information systems. They are including them into their circularity roadmaps, into data strategies. There's not a unified approach as to how countries are actually considering this area. And so that is why we need to have a global conversation. Now, if we look at Africa, we also see emerging interest from Egypt. We have also heard it from South Africa. And something important to consider is that they see this as an opportunity to pursue some of their sustainability goals, such as reduction of waste, for example, or even enabling extended producer responsibility schemes that they had issued in the past. But now they're thinking, okay, maybe how could we explore a solution or a functionality of digital product information systems that could advance some of these goals. And in Asia, we know that there are some countries that, yes, include China, Japan, South Korea, but there are others that are also considering them, including, for example, Malaysia. We had a conversation with the government of Malaysia just very recently, and they're also thinking about how they can include it into their roadmap for circularity. And last but not least, on the question of the global north imposing an agenda on the global south, I think that is part of what is driving this process and where we started. This was a conversation just between global north countries, and we wanted to make sure that the global south was aware and was also participating, that they were not just recipients of these systems, but that they actually contribute and that we can learn all from each other. And this is what we're trying to nurture.
I think there are a lot of questions, but I suggest that we take them during the break because we are already late. So I invite Madalena for the next speech.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Maddalena Rostagno. I'm the head of R&D of a group of companies, TG Advanced in automotive sectors and GAI Engineering in construction sectors. Today, I will show you a presentation related to how we try to elevate life cycle analysis, not only to an instrument of comparison between two processes, but to a decision-making tool through the application, integration of artificial intelligence, and of course, thinking to how the digital product passport can support this transformation. Here, thanks. Yeah? Thanks. Some outlines of the presentation. First of all, which is the basic questions behind the need to have in LCA a decision-making tool. Then artificial intelligence, second point, which are the best algorithm model that we can use to impulse this transformation of LCA, and how the digital product passport could support in having artificial intelligence driving the use of LCA as a decision-making tool, and finally the results we obtained in this analysis. To start, at the base of a good research, there is always a good question. We realized that as companies, we've been involved since Horizon 2020 in several proposals in which we carried out as partner or as leader life cycle analysis on different materials and processes. Very engaging activities in which many times we had to fill up questionnaires, very tricky for us because it was difficult, as we all know, to gather all the information. At the end we have beautiful analysis, plenty, thousands, I think, life cycle analysis that remained after the end of this project activities like something isolated that it's not used anymore, even if the design and development of a product is going forward. So we analyze these results. We think there is a great potential in life cycle analysis to be used as a design tool, also to drive industrial decision, investment decision. And I will show you in the next slides how. First of all, as head of R&D, I'm now trying to implement, also after having been educated at the Massachusetts Institute of Technologies, I'm trying to implement in the company I manage as more as possible artificial intelligence in the decision processes. And analyzing what artificial intelligence is providing now as algorithm and models, we identify that unsupervised learning techniques, so applied or unlabeled data, are the most suitable tools to be used for this kind of analysis. We carried out a state-of-the-art of unsupervised learning, testing the different models, algorithm available with the data sets we had, and tried to identify which one was most reliable to interpret and infer information from life cycle analysis. And this is the k-means clusterings that can manage from 3 to 50 variables, a data set of big size, as you can see, and has a good qualitative feedback on the information. As a matter of fact, unsupervised learning is very useful when you have data of which you don't know the relationships, and for which you try to make a preliminary classification, clusterization. You try to divide them in groups in order to infer, to extrapolate information. How we proceeded? Of course, artificial intelligence, as the digital product passport, needs data sets, good data sets. We have some from the proposal, but we prefer to go to an official source, that is the European Life Cycle data set, this data bank. And we downloaded the 3.2 database, and we carried out exploratory data analysis on it to understand which kind of data we had, their structures, their flow, and how to solve the related problems that we know all very well. Of course, we realized, I apologize, you're really close to me, sorry. Okay, we realized that these data sets have intrinsic problems, as we all know. Most of them contains metadata, so not directly information related to life cycle analysis through which you can carry out life cycle analysis, but they contain the data sources, so information on the flow, some information is about the characteristic of the materials of processes, something that in any case you have to treat, to build up in order to have the starting data set to carry out life cycle analysis. What we did, we used generative AI to fill the gaps whatever gaps we found, and we could generate a representative for this analysis. Of course, I'm not speaking about a commercialization, institutionalization, or whatever. For our purpose, we were able to build a reliable data set, and we carried out through generative AI life cycle analysis for the process considered in this data set. Of course, we came into the idea that if the material and processes listed in this data set in OpenNexus could have the impact categories already recorded, registered in their digital product passport, it would be very easy for a company like us carrying out analysis of this kind to download directly from the digital product passport the impact categories without generating them, without doing exploratory data analysis, without in some way altering the data. It will be very easy for us to access and to proceed to the analysis that you will see. If the impact categories, as they are, could be available for material and processes in the digital product passport. So we used a homemade methodology because we couldn't find this information in the digital product passport because it's not available. We did exploratory data analysis on these data sets. We calculated the impact categories through generative AI, and we obtained from this data set, for example, for metals, 91 processes for which we had a homogeneous data set related to impact categories with no missing values. And we used this data. We did the same work also for data set related to coatings. We had 45 processes, entries, homogeneous and complete. And we carried out artificial intelligence-based analysis. First of all, I come back. You can see here that our data sets have several entries, processes, and for every entries we have 5 variables. Human mind is of course limited because we cannot visualize data on a 5th space dimension. Artificial intelligence help us, support us with the principal component analysis, with which we create fake variables. Here you have PC1 and PC2. PC1 is directly proportional in blue to particulate matter and human toxicity as impact categories. PC2 is directly proportional to water depletion. And here what obtained? For us it was a very, very nice result because LCA really can become, for a company that has to decide to invest, that have to make an environmental choice, we can use life cycle analysis as a decision-making tool. Why? Because in this simple graph obtained through the algorithm k-means, we could clusterize these 90 processes, hot rolling processes on steel. 91 processes, we could clusterize them. You see here they are divided in 3 groups. And we could infer, extrapolate very important indication from the industrial point of view. Because let's suppose that as companies, we operate in an area in which there is a scarcity of water. Of course, the first observation we can make is that as a company, it wouldn't be wise to invest in these processes that are characterized by a very high value of PC2. Let's remember that PC2 is the fake variable representing water depletion. So higher PC2, higher problem of water. So here it is a very nice way to use LCA, and we have plenty of LCA, to interpret, to make investment decision, because the companies say, no, we live in an area of no water, we cannot work on this process. On the same size, if the company operates in an area in which there are very restrictive normatives about particulate matters, of course, the company should invest on these processes where there is a very high value of PC1. And remember that PC1 is proportional to particulate matter. So with the artificial intelligence analysis, we could use impact categories from LCA to make decision, to extrapolate important industrial directive that can also influence investment from the economical point of view of the companies. It is, I think, a very nice result because you agree with me, I think, that after the project end, life cycle analysis remains something left there that very few times is used for further decision. Here you have another example just to show the results related to aluminium processes of different kind. For example, if a company is interested in investing in aluminium, to be in the right side, in the middle, could invest in the process inside the black square in which all the impact categories have to, let's say, an average value, and you don't risk anything about particulate matter, human toxicity, or water depletion. So this is what these are the preliminary results we obtained. Sorry again. As a conclusion, I want to drive you to catch your attention on two main points. First of all, that it was very complicated for us to arrive to these results because of the data sets, of course, that as an input as companies, we can say that if the digital product passport format is still under definition, it would be very useful to have the five main impact categories of LCA integrated, because the information that they can give goes far from beyond, is really much more than simply say that a product is environmental friendly. Because if you use artificial intelligence that can handle in different ways this data, you can also extrapolate from LCA industrial decision, investment decision, because where you have water, where you have pollution, you can have different kind of companies, different kind of facilities and setup, and collaboration with prime responders or institutions. So really, LCA could become a design tool, a decision-making tool, integrating AI, integrating the DPP, and integrating data-driven decision. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm not quite sure I understood what was done with the help of machine learning. Were you homogenizing a background data set that was used later to conduct an LCA on different facilities, or so? Yeah.
Okay, we proceeded in this way. We want to implement artificial intelligence, okay, and we have to use data to do that, okay, in our design process. So we have plenty of data on LCA, but we have plenty of data on LCA from projects, but we don't have our data sets for the moment. But we want to practice with artificial intelligence, and we perceive the potential of LCA far from much more beyond the results of a comparison, new, old. So we start to look for these data sets in internet, in the open nexus. We didn't find impact categories there. We didn't find LCA results. We found metadata in a very complex form, Dolca files, things like that, not CSV files as we would need for artificial intelligence. So we had to deal with these Dolca files. Okay, I can't show the results because the Dolca files is a restricted format. You can only use for internal experimentation, but not publish results, even not presenting them here. So we took these Dolca files. We understand that they are a metadata set, so with information with different formats, numbers, pictures, flows, that are decomposed because the whole data set as the eco event would take a lot of space, a lot of memory. So they found this way to compact this information in this format. So with generative AI, we deconstruct the Zolka datasets, and we try to extrapolate all the input we needed to make a life cycle analysis. And we made it with the middle point method using life cycle analysis. And we obtained the impact categories that you could see here. We obtained a data set of 5 impact categories for 91 processes for metals. Okay? And then we started to feed this data set in the unsupervised learning algorithm. Okay? And we used k-means for the scope, but we could use also another algorithm. We were able to transform these Zolka files in a CSV dataset. We used the environment Jupyter notebooks to elaborate the program. And we obtained this visualization with principal component analysis that it's based, every point, okay, is a process with its 5 impact categories, every point that you saw on the graph. And in this way, we have like an ID, impact categories ID for each process, and we can compare them and group them and understand their patterns also. And this is useful to extrapolate industrial information. Okay, so we think that LCA in this sense can really be elevated to what is it now, if it's possible to work with the more reliable data sets, because this was a work carried out by us that I wouldn't sell for the moment, because we have to generate the data. But it would be nice if there is this institutional path towards a digital product passport, that it is considered that life cycle analysis can be much more of what is it now. For what I saw in projects, you compare the old with the new, you have to show that the environmental impact is lower, and it's over. We think there is much more potential in this. And the digital product passport can help in finding it. I don't know if now it's better.
Yeah, I think I followed better. It was just because then I understand that then you are not gathering any foreground information about any specific process. You're just working with generic data that talks about that will be used for composing the background inventory of an LCA. Yes. So it's not really it's.
You can consider this as a pilot research because we use it as reference, the ELCD datasets. Okay, we work on those datasets, but we thought it was a wise decision because they're kind of official. We gather information that in this moment about LCA is the most official things that you can find because they centralize all the results. But when we approached them, we saw that it's, even for data analyst, it's a difficult word for the elaboration. But the results, I think, are interesting because we also didn't know at the beginning where we were heading to. And at the end, the results was interesting because you see, for example, this investment choice. Water, no water, this was the main red flag we could understand. But much more can be done.
Okay. I think we are about ready to resume. Stella. Πού είναι ο... Α. Έχει μπει.
Do we have 2 minutes till we start? Just quickly go until everybody's inside, okay?
Okay. Έτσι είναι από την πρώτη μέρα, αλλά έχουν μπει.
Yes. I'm not like in the EU level. I'm just listening what's happening.
Ήταν από πίσω σου. Το χάσαμε. Okay. Next speaker, please. Factory X.
Okay, so let's get started after the break. My name is Christoph Attila Kuhn. I'm from BASF, and I will present you today Factory X. This is a project.
Can you please stop discussing in the room? Thank you.
Okay, good. So then let's get started. First of all, I want to express that we very much like the DPP. And the reason why, that is what I would like to explain you in the next minutes. So what I have here with me is a technical component. So this is a level meter that you use, for example, if you have a water basin or an oil basin and you want to see how much fluid is in it. This is typically something you use in many factories, in a lot of industries. And of course, when you have a factory, what you want to avoid is that you every time buy new stuff. So you want to keep your production costs low. So that means you repair it, you refurbish it, you reuse it maybe in a different part of your plant, or you sell it to somebody, and in the end, you might recycle it. Because there's a lot of steel, of high quality material in it. And to be able to do this, the industry started roughly 8 years ago to develop a concept called digital twin. And this is exactly what we need. So if you want to repair and refurbish, what you need is high quality, complete information about the product, so that you're able to disassemble it, that you know what spare parts you need, maybe things that you have to take care of, recertify it, whatever. And that is the reason why we developed the digital twin, and we are already in the implementation phase. And I will show you now what the current status is and what will come as next. Good, so the Factory X consortium, you see here, there are many owner-operators, there are machine builders, and what is very important, there are a lot of small and medium-sized companies, because 90% of the industry are SMEs. So everything that we develop must be suitable also for the implementation at SMEs. Otherwise, it would not work. And what is also very important, that we do it at low cost. Good, you see we have also research partners in it and associated partners that are big consortia and also business associations. So in total, there are roughly 2,000 companies involved in the topic. And the approach that we have here is that we started with one of the lead industries in Europe, that's the automotive industry. And there we made the first steps, developed the basic technologies, and based on what we learned there, we founded the Factory X project, that is the first green one that you see there, to develop the technical foundation for all industries. And why does this make sense? So when you just look at the sensor that I have here, the sensor itself is used across all these industries. So it's absolutely important for us that all the different industries are able to collaborate and to exchange information. If all industries, all verticals would have their own system, it would simply not work. It would just create mass and huge costs. So, and therefore Factory X currently is developing this industrial data space for all the different industries as technology basic layer. And this is all under the umbrella of Manufacturing It. So you see it at the top right corner. That's the program that has been developed, and that is summing up all the different /X initiatives. And my colleague Adrian will later show ChemX. That's also part of these /X projects. Good, so where are we today? What you see here, the pictures are all products that you can buy today with a digital twin. And you can randomly scan whatever QR code you see there, and you can access the digital twin there. So, and you see one thing at the QR code that is different from other QR codes is the frame with a black triangle. So this clearly indicates that this component comes with a digital link, or an ID link in this case. And this ID link is leading you to the product information to the digital twin. And therefore, you also can use multiple QR codes on your product, what is very often done just for marketing reasons or for whatever reason. And the frame and the black triangle clearly indicates that this is an ID link. And you find the digital twin or the DPP behind it. And I also brought one component here, and there we are very proud of. This is an SME. They have a little bit more than 200 employees. They don't have an IT department. It's just the engineers that are into technology that implemented the full-scale digital twin. And the idea behind it is that we provide the technologies to them. So that means to create, for example, the ID link. You can go to a web page, just type in your web domain and your existing identification system, and then create the ID link and put it on your product without paying anything. No? And it's the same principle for the documentation. We provide the tools. You can freely use them, create intelligent documentation, and add it to your digital twin. So this is the foundation that is already implemented and running across a lot of different industries. And it is based on the principle of the asset administration shell. So there you can provide in the shell any kind of information that is relevant for your product. So if you have a steel beam, you would not fill the software part. But if you have an electronic product, you will fill the software part, but maybe you will fill the certificate for a material. So depending on your product, you can just plug in the information bits you want to provide. And you see here some of the main bits, like the digital nameplate, for example. That's almost for all products available, but also on the top, on the lower left corner, the asset documentation. Good. So this is what we have. The next step is to bring this into a data space. So just imagine some of the electronic components. I will later give you one that you can check. Some of them were built 1,000,000 times. So you're not able to distribute the product information via email or via paper or something like that. So therefore you need a data space where a machine-to-machine communication is possible, so that you just can directly get the information from the manufacturer. And there is a nice definition what a data space is, but we have a more pragmatic approach on this. So we say the data space is actually the exchange of data between business partners in a network where we have mutual benefits, and it's in data sovereignty, trustful, and in a secure way. So that is our base layer that we use. And that leads us more or less to the topology. So it's not just a big data lake where everybody throws in the data. It's really more like a token ring. Yeah? So you're all connected to the data space, and you can use the data space to exchange with your business partners the information. Good, and I want to give you now a typical, I would say, supply chain that we have for the factory outfitters. So you have the product supplier, the machine supplier, the factory owner operator, and the service provider. And all of them have some kind of content management system for the information that they provide or that they receive. And actually, you just need two components. So you need an information provisioning service, and on the other side, you need an information receiving service. And the medium that we use to communicate the information is this asset administration share. So basically, that's the first part of a data space. Then maybe you add internally additional information because we want to have the product carbon footprint quality information. So that means you have from your production line an IT/OT service providing you information into your digital twin. And then you combine it with the information from your component supplier and just supply it then to maybe a factory owner operator that has his own information receiving system. And this chain just continues and builds up what we call the data space. So you always have a part where you send information and the part where you receive information. And there's a third part, we call it Information Exchange Platform, IEP, where you can collect complete catalogs of products from suppliers. And this is also used at the same time as backup for the DPPs. So that means already this is technology-wise covered, and we are operating this, and I just set up a system where we have 120,000 equipments uploaded within 3 months. And this is scaling. So filtering any kind of information just takes you seconds compared to minutes with other systems. Good. And you see here there is also a bypass. So you have the product supplier and the factory operator. Sometimes he don't want to go back to the machine supplier because he needs a software update from the product supplier. And within this data space, you're able to directly connect a subcomponent supplier and retrieve the information that you need from him. And this can all be shared then with service providers. So just think of all the repairers, refurbishers, etc. They can access the information over the system. And what I'm showing you here, that is what we are currently setting up at large scale. Most of the components are already operational, and now we are connecting them within the data space. And these are the different use cases we have in Factory X, and there is one I want to highlight. We called him circular economy. And this is for big machines, milling machines. And what we are doing here is that we use the DPP to collect information about the wear level of specific components. And we can, based on time analyzers and load analyzers, exactly say when you have to exchange specific parts to prolong the life of the machine. So that means instead of after 5 years buying a new machine, you maybe can use it 20 years. And this is reducing the total production costs for the factory. And now comes one vocabulary that I didn't heard today a lot, is competitiveness. So if I want to be a competitive factory within a global scale, I have to keep my production costs low, and machinery is one part of the production cost. So this helps us to keep production in Europe, because you already mentioned it, Ilyas, everybody's talking about energy. That is something we can heavily influence, but we can bring down the other costs and keep production in Europe. Good. So that is what I wanted to share with you. And now I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I have one short question. Let's suppose that I'm a recycler or a public authority and I want to access from one product. Do I need to make an onboarding on each X data spaces there?
So that is the second slide that I showed, that we have this technology layer over all the different X projects. And when you are a trusted business partner within the network, then you have access to the information where you have the access rights to. And these access rights you can request, so it depends. Authorities would have by default specific access rights. If you're a recycler and you can prove that you are a recycler and you have an interest in receiving this information, then it will be granted over the data space to you. The only thing what we have to avoid, and I assume that's clear, of course we don't want that the competitor has access to information that is sensible, because that we have to keep away.
That means there is an onboarding process once for the recycler in all X spaces, in all network cases.
So what you have to do is you have to register yourself, and you can use different systems. So we have this business wallet that you mentioned. You can use a VLI, whatever, so that we know who you are. And then you get a specific role, and then within the data space you can access these types of information.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation, very, very interesting. However, I was wondering about competitive tension. So you already referred to it a bit. Suppose that you are a battery manufacturer and that you allow your customer to see all your components, of which we know that 90% they come straight from China. And so if you are an end user, you can really assemble that yourself, basically. So if you have access to the suppliers of the battery manufacturers, so how do you solve this kind of tensions?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, and that is basically up to each economic operators. So you decide what information you share. So there is no necessity to share all your information, because what you have to keep in mind, sometimes the component supplier is the secret why my product is better than another. So sometimes it's the component supplier, the subcomponent supplier, that is the secret why my product is better than another. And of course I won't share this. But technically you're able to share everything what you want, but you have to make a clever decision what you share. And there is regulatory requirements what you will share, but the rest is up to the economic operator.
Yeah, okay, but being again the battery manufacturer, I would be very hesitant. Being the battery manufacturer, I would be very hesitant, and I know similar things is in automotive, where they really kill each other for knowing the supplier to. So that's a kind of organizational hurdle. Clearly, it's not your technology is not meant to solve that, but still for adopting it and implementing it, it's a key issue to solve, I think.
Yeah, so that is what the business partners negotiate with each other. So very often we have the principle one up, one down. So that is all that you have to know. And it depends on your product, on your industry, what information you share. But you already said it yourself, that's independent from the technology. And that's an organizational aspect. Okay.
Okay, yes, but
Peter Klein from the DigiPass CSA. You incorporate in your data space quite a few players. So how do you solve the interoperability problem? Because they are all using their own IT infrastructure and they connect to your data space. And then they need to be interoperable. So how do you solve this problem?
Yeah. So that was not on the slide, but you can find it when you go to the webpage of Factory X. there are the so-called manufacturing exports. So that's the way how you connect to the data space. And if you use one of the two ports that are offered, then you use the corresponding protocols and technologies so that you're able to connect to the data space and exchange information. And behind the MX port is your own internal technology. No?
Which you need to implement to some extent on your side.
You have to connect.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So here from my side, I wanted to congratulate. So this is an example of do it, don't wait. So this is very good. Second, after many decades working in healthcare, I want to give you a little bit of kind of a condensed wisdom. There are many things that we are trying to do from technology point of view, saying, now I will build a system where you can all share information and the world will be a nicer place. And you don't realize that these people don't want to share. There are entrenched wars between these stakeholders that were there before you come in with your IT idea. They demolished that IT idea, and you take it personally that your IT idea was not good. So make sure you understand the dynamics of the stakeholders, because they sometimes hate each other without you knowing about it. And you're trying to come on with kind of a naive solution. Now you can share information. And they send you to hell, pointing how bad your IT is, rather than you understanding that they don't want to share. So this needs somebody who understands the product category, the stakeholders. So sometimes the IT is kind of naive. They think, I build things in my garage, and this will enable them do things. That's why we need SMEs and local guys that understand the dynamics, because all these things are very local knowledge, not always universal process. My question is, what is the business model? I mean, who pays for all this, and how does the business work? So, for example, how other DPP service providers can benefit from your knowledge on this? Yeah.
So the components, and maybe I go quickly back 2 slides or 3 slides. Yeah. So the IPS and IRS are services depending on your IT knowledge that you can set up yourself, or that you can use somebody who's providing the software for you. So you have the choice. The big players, for example, set up the IPS, IRS on their own. They have 2,000 people in an IT department. They do it on their own. The medium-sized companies typically rely on service providers, and the small companies, they use open source software. And that is, I would say, the game changer. A lot of this is open source, so that even the small ones are able to implement it if they want. Or they decide they want the convenient way and they pay for it. And this information exchange platform where catalogs can be uploaded, this is paid by the factory owner operator, because they are profiting most of it, and they want to keep the hurdle low for the suppliers of information. So for them, it's absolutely 100% cost-free. So it took us years to come up also with this, who will earn at which point what, so that the system works. And it was a painful learning. Yeah, so when you met me a few years ago, I wouldn't have gray hair. But now we're on a stable basis where it is a business case for all sides. So what you always have to keep in mind, if it is not a business for the product supplier, the machine supplier, or the factory owner operator, or service provider, he will not participate. And it took us quite a while to figure out how we can make it a business case to all of them. And I just told it in the break, one of the stories. So just randomly take this product here. So what do you think, how many phone calls this company has to answer every day with questions to their product? Okay. So now imagine that they have a digital twin since a few months for their product. How much does this amount of phone calls go down? So there is for everybody something in. You just have to explain it to them. And for me, it is the dream. So when I started my career, my job was to do for the whole site, 2 million equipments, the maintenance plans. So when I started my career, I had long hair. So actually, it was a hell to get good product information. Today, it's just on my fingertips. I just have to filter it, and I auto-create maintenance plans. So that's a huge simplification, higher quality, less mistakes, and all based on the digital twin or on the DPP. And from my perspective, DPP and digital twin are subsets of each other. So we're talking about the same thing, just looking from a different angle. No? Okay, then thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
What I just did to all of you, and please give it back to me, I will sit there, is you can scan the ID link and you can find there the digital product passport and the digital twin.
This one. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cinzia Rubattino. I'm from Engineering Informatica. I'm part of the coordination team of Circular Twin project, and I'm here on behalf of Sergio Gusmeroli. I will talk about the Circular Twin project today in this presentation, and in particular how we dealt with digital product passport and circular manufacturing data spaces. So just to understand the context, we are not a DPP project. We are a Made in Europe project together with other projects like, for instance, EIDs presented yesterday, I suppose, and also other projects. So we are bringing on the table our point of view, our perspective, which is the industry manufacturing perspective, as said in the previous presentation also. Here there are two different points of view. One is the point of view of the DPP community, let me say, that is devoted to the scenario like there is a product brought in the market, like a teddy bear in this figure. So it is useful to have a unique product identifier to identify the data carrier, where the DPP service provider sometimes is not even in the industry domain, and it is less important, let me say, the DPP data repository. So also in this case, the responsible economic operator could be, for instance, a supermarket. But there is in common the circular economy operator, which is important not only for the DPP world, but also for the manufacturing, and in particular for the circular manufacturing world. This is the main architecture of this kind of, let me say, domain, and where you can see that the central part is the EC central services, so the governmental company services, while a minor emphasis is given to the distributed data repository, like said also in other presentation before. So in this context, just to say that we are not developing a DPP system here in the project, but we are trying to make a convergence between the data space on one side and the DPP on the other side. So just providing you some information concerning the project. The project just is at the end. It will finish this month. And the main aim is to create an AI platform for integrated sustainable and circular manufacturing, integrating different tools from artificial intelligence tools, digital twins, data space, and also the DPP concept. So we have taken into consideration the different stakeholders in the circular value chain. And also the different steps in the circular value chain, like their manufacturing and so on, and the recycling and so on. And we have created a circular manufacturing data space enabled with the AI digital twins. And how we have integrated the data space. In this case, as you can see from the picture, I'm referring to the battery pass because we have one of our pilot is related to battery recycling especially. So we will see how we have integrated this concept together. So we have considered both the digital product password and the data space and the main aspects of both the tools, let me say. And we have also created, at the end of the project, a key exploitable result, which is called the Circular Manufacturing DPP platform, which enables the support of DPP. Technically, we have followed the digital product password DPP4EU, which is based on the asset administration shell we have also seen in the previous presentation, the same standard used. And we have also studied and following the activity of the battery pass, specifically for the battery pilot in our use case. This is the battery pilot overview as it is now. The battery pilot is followed by Politecnico di Milano, Cobat, and Reimann, which are part of the project. And as you can see in gray, there are the standard linear value chain, when there are actors like the battery producer, the car maker, and the consumer. While in the circular value chain, there are other steps and other actors, like for collection, the transport and logistics, for disassembly, the dismantler, and for recycling, the recycler. So this is basically the circular value chain as it is now concerning this specific pilot. What we have added here. So we have added the remanufacturing and the reuse box, as you can see here, and we are providing some tools in the red box for the circular steps. In particular, for the collection, we have provided a market-oriented holistic decision support system for the LibD and remanufacturing, computer vision-driven collaborative robotics for disassembly of the lib packs, and the machine learning aid automated disassembly, again, of lib modules, and AI tools in the recycling to optimize mechanical recycling of degraded libs. And for the remanufacturing steps, AI tools for the characterization of lib state of health based both on historical and testing data. So this is basically what we have developed in our battery pilot. There are some internal actors, while there are, we have also simulated the participation of some external actors, like the battery producer, the car maker, and also, of course, the consumer. So we have started designing our battery data space. We have followed the data space blueprint from Data Space Support Center project. So we have identified the value streams, different stakeholders in this value chain. In the center, you can see the car maker, which is the biggest one. And we have also identified the commercial relationship between the different stakeholders. For instance, for the affiliated manufacturer and the car manufacturing, the affiliated manufacturer is able is the one who is remanufacturing the batteries. After that, we have identified also the data sources, and we have defined the different stakeholders and the different roles on these data sources, so the data providers and the data consumers. And we have tried to analyze also the flow within the data space. So the different flow of information between the different data providers and the consumer and the different data set. So once we have created the data space, we have tried to make this data space to converge with the data digital battery passport. So we are aligned with the regulation. So we have followed all the steps of the regulation, the digital battery passport regulation, and we have tried to map the stakeholders both in the data space with the different use cases. You can see the columns here. You see A, B, C, D are the different use cases developed in this pilot, and we have also assessed the compliance with the data battery passport in terms not only of data but also in terms of access level to the different information. And then what we have done, I can go, okay. We have tried also to understand which benefit we can provide to the DPP, not only to be compliant to the DPP, but also to try to provide new information that are coming from the second life of the battery. So we have tried to define what we have called the augmented digital battery passport. In fact, there could be some information that can be retrieved and inserted in the second life of the battery from the different stakeholders. For instance, from the remanufacturer, you can see the second line, the carbon footprint can be also, the remanufacturer can provide also data in the second life of the battery. And this is something that can improve the value of the digital product passport. And this is the definition of the augmented digital battery passport, which is also which puts together both the information that are collected in the different use cases and this information that can be added in the second life of the battery. So this is just to say that we have followed the battery pass work, and we are also applied the standards that have been developed and available from February 2025. And that's all from my side. Just to say that the data space has not been tested with the real actors, because unfortunately they are all of them are not part of the project. Just some of them, especially the one involved in the recycling activities, are part of the project. So it would be interesting to understand if a car maker, like the previous question, is interested in participate in this data space and share their information concerning the battery.
Okay, thank you very much. I suggest that we take any questions during the lunch break because we're running a bit late.
No worries. Well, hi everyone. I see a lot of connections with the previous presentation. I'm Carlos Mendez from Capgemini, or Capgemini. Feel free to misspell as I do. So I'm going to present Seneca. Seneca is a Spanish project, it's Spanish government funding, about digital product passports and data spaces. So for the very beginning, we are trying to solve the challenge to ensure traceability with raw materials and how we are recycling this, and how we are able to certify the origin of these materials. Also, one important thing is interoperability, semantical and technical interoperability among the different operators through the supply chain. So what we are proposing in the project was three parts. So the first one was to create, of course, a digital product passport to map all the processes of all these companies. The other one is to create a data space following the Gaia-X and ITS protocols and guidelines to make it interoperable. And the third one is to make the semantical interoperability, creating this model through the DPP to allow all the companies to share the information. So we developed two use cases to cover all the companies that are in below, or the logos, that are not technical companies. We are the only technical provider for the whole project. Those companies works recycling materials to create cathodes. So we create these two use cases, one from the battery cells, that are some companies that create these cathodes, and another one from green hydrogen for other companies that with titanium creates parts for electrolyzers. Okay, so our approach was the next. We create the data space in the center, and the data space is providing us the identification way, the permissions, the governance, also the politics, the policies that the companies has to follow to share the data, not only in between them, but also with the fields that are sharing between others, following the semantic model, and of course providing traceability way for all the information that is happening through the life cycle. Okay. One important mention is the data is the third day here, so maybe you know, but there is no data in the data space. Data space just connects the dots. Okay, but the data belongs in the private space of the suppliers. And as I said, between, and maybe there was a question before, following the connectors. So the connectors are that is making the interoperability happens, even if you have your own implementation in your private zone. Okay? And of course, we put in the center the digital product passport. So everything that is sharing between all the members of the data space follows digital product passport. There is no other way, because we are using the semantic model and the vocabulary have of the data space to allow that. So what contains in a digital product passport, I will be very fast because probably all you know. So as you can imagine, the identification, all the information about the issuers, production details, physical specifications, data about sustainability and material traceability, and also everything related with compliance and resources. So what we create, the first prototype we create, or the POC that we create to validate all the process, goes from the very beginning, from the components to the car manufacturer. Mention that in this project, the process stops in the cathode production. So we decide to go a bit forward just to close the loop. Okay, so we trace everything from the materials to the refining process to the component production, and also we went a bit beyond, creating the processes to the cell production, to the modular assembling, and to the car maker. At the end of the day, and hopefully some end user will buy a car and will follow different processes with the car and with the battery as well. And in a certain moment, the battery probably will die, and will happen some recycling processes. And here, all the companies that are within the consortium will create new materials, or will process or recycle some parts to create new materials, and over again. So from the two use cases, the first one was with these companies, and mentioned that two of them are competitors. So we put a lot of care of not allowing to share information between them. So that's important, that in the data space we create a lot of policies to allow that, based on the contracts and based on the standards, without allowing them to share information they don't want to. Okay, so we complement that with the processes that these companies are following, and we create at the end of the day all the DPPs from the different parts at finally the cathode, and we went beyond with the DPPs of the batteries and the DPP of the car as well to highlight the whole process. That was the first use case. And the second one was for the green hydrogen. In this case, the DPP is only one, but follows a lot of different processes and complements the information through the life cycle. Finally, it goes in an electrolyzer. So to do that, we create this data space, and let me highlight more or less that data space has the public part. Public, let's mention that is the part for the members of the data space, and the private space, that is the part that belongs to the companies, where the real data are in the format that they want to. Okay, so imagine that we have two providers that creates components, and in the data space we provide the connector, and in the private space we mapped the information that they already have to a product passport. Okay, same from the component 2, and imagine that we are a battery provider. We are creating this battery, and the important thing here is we decide to link on real time the DPPs. So we are able to access through the data space to the information that is in the private space of the other company, based on these policies that we have already agreed to do that. So through the life cycle of the battery, a lot of things happens. Someone will do the quality checking. Maybe another company that is allowed to do an operation installs the battery in a car. A workshop does some maintenance, and a recycling company does recycling processes. So when a customer buys the car, he can access to the information of this car passport, and also to the information that the car fits to the battery provider, and so on and so on. So the concept is finally that you have a lot of information about the different passports because you brought a new car. Okay, so the best thing to show that is a video, and it's a YouTube one, so let's hope that this is slow. Let's hope. It should work directly, but sometimes preview maybe. Your browser version is not supported. Come on. Can I open it in our browser, please? We have a browser. Well, you can scan in any case the QR code, but you know the video is 3 minutes and explains very good the Really? Really? This is bad. Yeah, but the video is 3 minutes and explains the whole project. So, yeah.
Had you today, though.
Yeah. Let me check if with Edge at least. Yes, no, you can scan the QR code, and the video is in the QR code. But you know, come on.
The internet is restricted. You cannot just access the internet without logging.
Yeah. Okay. No one knows the login, isn't it?
Okay, but maybe we can continue without the video. Or are you done? Or?
I can log in if you want.
If you can log in.
Yeah?
I can approve it. Yes,
because you need to use
because the video shows all the platform. So, okay, well, this is, well, the drifting car is not included. So imagine that we are in a car factory and we create components or cars. So what we have here is the information about the car. Imagine that a car owner scans the code of this passport, and this is the digital product passport that you can see. So here, for example, of course, you have all the information, all the documentation of the car, but also information about the carbon footprint, divided per category or per scope, and also all the associated product passports and materials, and the traceability of the location of everything, because we are accessing to the different product passports on real time. That is important. We are not only accessing to the data of the car, but also accessing to the data of the linked product passports. So because of that, we can browse from one to the other. So here, for example, we can browse to the battery that is mounted in the car. And we can go deep and deep and deep to the terminal, and finally to the materials. For example, here, and to the cathode material at the end of the day, and even the traceability of where the materials are coming from. So imagine and also we sign everything in the blockchain, by the way. So imagine for a moment that the battery dies, and we went to a workshop, but the workshop belongs to this data space. So he's able to operate with the car's battery. So the workshop decides to change the battery, so he scans the old battery, well, the car, unlinks the battery that has died, and scans the new one that mounts in the car. So now we have all the information of the old battery and the new battery linked, and what happens with everything through the life cycle. So imagine that the old battery goes to the recycling center, and the same. The recycling center has permissions to operate with the battery and to mark that this battery has been recycled. Of course, and this is not in the video, we can revoke the contract with the battery, with the recycling company, so they won't be able to alter the battery in the future or to mark it. And of course, we are able also to see what the battery has been recycled and everything about the whole process. Okay. And if I go back very fast to the presentation. Yeah, the last one. And just to mention that those are the foundations that we have to do that, all the parts in the data spaces and all the parts in the digital product passport to connect all the things. Also, we are using blockchain for two things. One is for the traceability, and the other one is for identity, because here we are using Hyperledger Indy. If someone wants to know instead of Fabric, just to the identity management. And that's it. I have tried to be fast.
I suggest that we take questions during the lunch break, and we take the next presentation because we're late. Sorry? No, questions after the lunch break. Now it's your presentation. I think it's you next. I meant questions during the lunch break. Sorry.
Okay, in the agenda it says something about automated compliance, but I actually talk about usage control and how usage control works. So the bet with the DPP is we want to have more information so we can better recycle to avoid waste materials. We have challenges because if you do that in one company, it goes only so far. and how to use information is information itself, and what guarantees trust. This is a little reminder of the CIRPAS architecture. How do I get from my product to the information? And there you have the big orange barrel, which is it's mostly said as being a data space, but it's just a distributed available information. Imagine some web connection or some such. So the data space, the big orange barrel, or my data fabric, can provide a lot of information into many components like compliance monitor, track and trace, supply management, and so on. So the entire information management system has to be interoperable and feed into many other channels. So the conclusion is data sharing is essential, and the more we have interoperability, the less painful this data sharing will be. So the goal of the DPP is also to assemble things that are existing. So if we would have to create it, it's far too much work. So we create this DPP, and the DPP itself from the data lake is serving again in this kind of Industry 4.0 scenario. And those modern value chains that you see, they are modular. That means some modules go here, other modules go there, and how do you keep that together? How do you keep track of what you want? And you have different aspects in this modular chain where you have different constraint managements in different branches of your supply chain or of your value chain. Identity management is key, but I think this was this was also mentioned already in the presentation from Attila. So what happens is that we want to have a compliant data stream throughout companies. And to do that, we have data going from Corporation 1 to Corporation 2, but we have linked to it policy and constraints. The alternative is a central system that has a central access control, a central usage control, and but this is a central point of failure. It's easy to attack. It's easy to have industrial espionage on it, and it creates the so-called gatekeepers, the powerful central actor that controls everybody, including your value chain. So the alternative is to allow data to travel. And how do you allow data to travel? You package it up with the constraints that are in the data. So you have the data and its constraints, and then you can filter from your own lake. You can filter and send to the next company. They can add and subtract data from it. So adding your own data, meaning you have received data, you get new insights from their data plus your own data, and then you have a filter to go to the next company. And that's really the essence of value chains we are talking about, and that are in the essence of a DPP. So how to make those understanding or those constraints are understood by everybody. There is one way is I have a single contract with every one of the actors that surrounds me, or I need to have a bit more of a generic understanding, which means interoperable data. So this is a slide from 1999. This is the about principle. It's underlying linked data, so more or less you can point from one node to another node. And here is my first node. That is, when I translate, this is my object. My product contains DPP data, but my product has also a relation to constraints and policy reductions. This is and this can travel together, because this is why we use linked data and why you use a graph structure to do that. And in order to add additional constraints, you just add to the graph, and there's no rollout or other thing needed. So the expressions that you need normally in such a usage control, and this is not access control, it's usage control, is data protection, commercial constraints, environmental information, and so on and so forth. So access control normally has this disadvantage that you give your data out and then it's out. And this is a problem with trust. And the alternative is this system that Attila presented, where I have a legal contract of 150 pages legalese with my supplier, and then the informatics or ICT exchange is just an implementation of that contract. First contract, then data exchange. Here we are in access control, okay, but once you get access, you have a usage control. That means you must understand the constraints they are delivered with the data, and if you don't, you can't process. So available so far for those constraints is data protection vocabulary, provenance, we talked about Prov O already, verifiable credentials, because you can actually cryptographically sign those bits that you send over. We have the open digital rights language for expressions of what you can do, whether there comes some obligations, for example, notification obligations, but also the shape constraint language for automatic compliance testing and other commercial constraints that you just match in the graph. And this is a model for this automatic compliance testing, how you would do that, because the dream is that the market authority would supply you a shackle file that you can then match and control, or in the contract you have a shackle file that matches so that you can actually identify the things that you're allowed to use or allowed to transfer. Now, everybody will say, hey, but how do I enforce it? We are talking about pure rights labeling. It's not about enforcement. DRM doesn't work. I have done the first DRM workshop on the web in 2001, and already there it was clear that if you put additional technology constraints on data, it hinders interoperability, it will not be usable, it will not work. Archiving and a host of other issues. The rights labeling that I'm suggesting here by attaching ODRL data or shackle data to the data that you're transferring actually is proven to work. And it's a very simple contract, because it says understand and obey. If you don't understand, don't process. That's a very simple contract. And the legal enforcement, in case you don't follow, I don't understand, but I process anyway, I think will then have grave legal consequences, damages and other things in a business. Of course, this doesn't protect you against very rogue hackers, but who protects you against them anyway? So the further work the further stuff we are working on is really to further develop this automation of compliance, the compliance checking in linked data, but also securing DPP with verifiable credentials and integrating. We talked about the business wallet. You can integrate this usage control and compliance checking in a business wallet. There could be an ODRL profile for recycling work, where we can kind of express in the vocabulary typical recycling tasks, and we could also have this shackle shapes for data quality and conformity. All this is accessible to so-called reasoners. That means you are not down to just string matching, but you can have complex questions to the system. It's also worthwhile to note that in a RAG scenario, you can kind of control the output of your LLM towards the knowledge you have in your graph, and then apply a verification. So I will be in a workshop on deontic logic, and there we will take it further. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for keeping the time. Maybe if we have a quick question, we can take it. Okay, thank you.
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Adrian. I'm the product owner of the digital material and product passport at BASF. And I would like to introduce you to ChemX, the ambition of it, and how it can help to contribute to build a sustainability circular economy data space. So we all know that the DPPs are there to help us to take more informed decisions along the life cycle of a product, to understand where and how we can use it in a better way to keep it long in the life cycle. And we also know since a couple of weeks that for new regulation and refurbished regulations on product information, the DPP shall be the only information carrier on product information. So we will see popping up more, so to say, horizontal, intermediate, and end-use classes here on that chart. We already know also about the priorities, so it's about recycling of ICT and electronics devices, repairability. I don't need to go into the details here. More interestingly is that it starts already very early. So for those who haven't started yet to dig into it, as Elias said today morning, better start now, don't wait, because it's February 2027. But for us, a representation of, so to say, material manufacturers, a big and important aspect is lacking, because we talk only about products. But for us, a product starts and ends when we have the waste stream with materials. And we don't have yet a horizontal, harmonized materials description, and that's what we want to do with ChemX. We just take over a bit from the history of CatenaX, of the Battery Pass project, the lessons learned. And the lessons learned is that the digital product passport is, in Ringo's term, a knowledge graph that is connected to a product. So you get structured information that helps you in the communication once the product has been released from the economic operator, as a tool that ships the information to the different economic actors downstreams. It helps you to capture life cycle information, and as Attila just said in his presentation, it's on a need-to-know basis. And if you use it in a smart way, you even can roll up on any kind of sustainability assessments. That's a great thing. And it also helps us to implement any kind of our strategies, because in the battery passports, there are, so to say, guidance. How can I reuse or repair the thing? And it even helps us to think about how can I remanufacture the thing. Everything clear, because the knowledge graphs helps us. It's a marvelous thing. But once we are at the end of the life cycle, when we are at the end of the use phase, and we think about how to recycle it, we run into trouble, because we have to do, first of all, a kind of a material accounting, because I would like to know how much of the recycled contents comes from a previous generation of the battery. And second, as you see, and also as Elias pointed out today morning, we don't have upfront for upstreams, the economic operator, a harmonized system how to capture and collect information. Literally said, there is the wild, wild west and the terrible chaos, because there is no seamless understanding and data format. How can I exchange this data? Or as I say, we are in an information linkage broke. So anything we want to have access to is not the same language, not the same semantic, not the same syntactics, and we just increase entropy. So what we would like to see there is a harmonized material description, because that will definitively help to streamline that information and just to continue in this sense that we close the loop. And that's what we want to do at the end of the day with recycling, that we can close the loop. And something what we are maybe not aware of, but it's a fact. If I look around us, I see everywhere chemicals. If I have products, 90% of those products are made of chemicals. So we have a tremendous responsibility on how to prepare Europe to go through the Green Deal and to really engage with this transformation. And it's also said by Cefic is this double twin transformation, and that's not just like a buzzword. It's really about that we use the digital tool, what also Elias said, and also Attila, in a smart way to make the hurdles to go through that transformation, the sustainability transformation, so that we go for more circular, that really can help. So we start with the feedstock. It can be fossil, it can be mineral, it can be recycled, it can be biogenic. And out of that feedstock, we do then the base chemicals to generate the right to win. So that I make sure that I sell you all the right quality, what you expect from us, and the right to sell. That I make sure that I communicate you all the nice asset statements that Thomas Exner showed us yesterday. This generates, or we have to generate lots of data. And these data are ever so often sector specific. And that's why we urge that we can get there to a harmonized horizontal language for this representation, not only, as I said, for hazard statement, but also on how to do and what to do for circular economy. What are the KPIs of these materials? Are they reticulated, so just grind it and burn them? Is it a thermoplast? Yes, I can do physical recycling. And this information is really key so that we can really close the loop and build our chemistry. Having said that, to do it, sorry, I'm just continue to repeat myself. We definitively need this kind of horizontal harmonized material description, which goes overarching over the different segments and industries, so that we really start to talk the same language. And how do we want to do that? We base on what Attila just showed, the manufacturing X. If we will do this technology layer to engage with the data spaces, that's the future, and what we need there is an identifier for who are you to participate in this ecosystem, what is the material that we talk about, and somewhere a way to verify that the information is true and factful. The second thing is the content layer. That's the fun fact, because there we really start to dig into the heads of the expert in product stewardship, in sustainability, in circularity, and map that knowledge out as an information model, so that we then can say right to win, quality, sustainability, circularity, right to sell, compliance, done. And then we will go for an application layer, which must be interoperable, because otherwise we can't connect, and we know the different industries speak different languages. That must be done in a smooth way with semantic interoperability. And then we have showcased the ChemX workspace. But that's not all. If you just do things, how get that done in reality? We need to go for standardization. So standardization can be done through the associations like Manufacturing X or Catena X. And we also say that at the top level of the application layer, we are completely technology agnostic. It can be a UNTP, it can be GS1, it can be a digital twin, it can be Catena X DPPs. We want to speak all the same language on the content level so that we understand each other and we are interoperable between the different technologies. And as also Elias pointed out, we don't want to have a 20 years project. We want to have speed and focus building on the lessons learned we have from the Battery Pass project together for sustainability and Catena X. So what we want to do is to really make clear that we believe that chemicals are the alpha and omega of all products and closing the loop. So harmonization is key. Focus on interoperability with existing systems is key. That we don't reinvent the wheel. I know we all love to build technologies, but in order to be competitive, we have to build on what already exists. And sometimes, and ever so often, it's good enough. And we are not capable to do that all alone, because we talk about something which is much broader than our industry. It's broader than our custom industry. So that's why we need this collaboration overarching with science and the governments. And we want to build then also this bridge between the different users and the governance and make there a new way how to interact together, because that will help us to really automate this kind of communication. And I invite essentially you, the scientific community, to help us to see at the semantic harmonization and interoperability. Yesterday, I was literally freaking out. Every second talk said, there is an ontology, but bloody hell, I don't sit in my industry. So there is something lacking. What is this gap that we need to close, that we get your semantics in our industry that works? Because if you tell me that it is there, and we don't use it, and we don't have a benefit out of it, it doesn't matter. Sorry to say that. Cool down. And the other thing is, 70% of transformation projects, the success of it is change management. Another thing, but maybe not for engineers, for psychologists and socialists, how can we make sure that we make this change happening faster? We need to get people onboarded that they know what is a data literacy. And when we have done that, then we also have to fight the demographics, because in 10, 15 years, the people who should take our jobs are not yet born. So that's another problem. So we need to make sure that the knowledge is transferred. So that you can read yourself. I say we are a great bunch of chemical companies. We are an alliance, and we are happy to join forces. If you have ideas and feedback, happy to get it done, so that we get this gearing in Europe running faster at the higher speed, so that we have a better competitiveness compared to China and US. We are ahead of them in what we do here, so let's keep up and bring it to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Well, thank you for your for exciting and very emotional session. You spoke about standardization and to enter European digital sovereignty. In this context, as you are an ex-project, is there any plan and any roadmap to align the existing specifications of the Gaia X and the X environment, especially in terms of verifiable credentials or attestations in terms of EIDAS, on the evolving EIDAS framework on attestation of attributes? Because at the end of the day, a digital product passport is, in terms of EIDAS, nothing more, nothing less than an attestation of attributes, and which would mean also that you align with the standards on the UDI wallet, business wallet, etc. So long story short, is there any plan to align the Gaia X specifications on the EIDAS framework, which means the ETSI and CEN standards developed by ETSI, ESI, and CEN? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm the wrong person to answer the question, but I guess we have with Rigo and with Florine people who know. Would you like to answer?
Ladies first.
Ladies?
You're referring to
Either Rigo or Florine.
Flora. Yeah, or in Cocktail.
Yeah, I can try to answer that question. So first of all, we are fully aware that the DPP, when the DPP is a knowledge graph, it can be secured via verifiable credentials, because verifiable credentials is using JSON-LD, which is a graph. That means you can just take your DPP and put verifiable credentials on it, which secures also the attributes. The trouble comes in where, so Gaia X is what I presented. This usage control is already in Gaia X. I don't know what Gaia X is doing at the moment, but we are working currently on compatibility with verifiable credentials 2.0 specification, which is a recommendation towards the EU wallet. So if there is any incompatibility with the EU wallet, either the EU wallet people are talking to us, we try to hash it out. But Catena X and this entire X thingy is not using the full RDF stack. So they are doing their own thing because they have constraints, internal industrial historical constraints, why they are doing special things. So there may be a transform involved in that.
Thank you, Rigo.
Yes. Your mic is...
in this case, I have a second question. If you do your own thing, which is not aligned with European standardization, how do you want to ensure interoperability, European sovereignty, and to be competitive with the US and China, which already follow ongoing ISO standardization and the standardization W3C? So you do not see the risk of a fragmentation in the industry if you do pretty much your own game without being interoperable of what's done in the EIDAS level? And looking at Article 5F of the EIDAS regulation, we have that most industry is affected by the obligation to accept the UDI wallet and needs to deal with the technical framework on EIDAS.
Thanks for the question. You ask now on interoperability, just on one aspect, it's the identification. But you know, from the ISO 19001 interoperability of cloud systems, there are 5 facets. And for me, the most important and also the most expensive facets, that's why I was a bit getting emotional on that, is semantics. Yeah. And if we don't get done that thing in a reasonable way, it doesn't matter whether we are compatible with other standards. To be very, very honest with you, why do I tell you that this way? I'm a representative of an industry which is fond of documents. We are document-centric. We love paper, PDFs, Excels, Words. We use formats that are not processable by a machine. Always need somebody to help to process the information. And we waste tons of times because I get information from my supplier as a PDF and I send information to my customer as a PDF. We have thousands of people doing this kind of things. That's why I really urge, and that's why I also asked yesterday, we heard lots of semantics. I don't see it in my industry yet. How can I get it done to get there a business case? Because for us, the DPP is first of all an efficiency business case. When I have machine-readable, machine-processable data that I can seamlessly communicate through an entire value chain. You hear I distinguish between supply and value chain, because here we start to build value, because we start to build a data ecosystem, which is the foundation of what just Elias said today, where we can build then digital business models on top of it, but only if we have the standard about what we talk throughout the entire chain. So that's why I really urge on that. That's my very personal perspective. Attila.
Yes, I quickly want to answer your first question. It is not correct that MX is not evaluating these topics. So actually we're working on this on AIDAS and on the other topics, but they are not yet implemented as we are just building the data space right now. So therefore, we will follow the regulation, but we also evaluate other possibilities, like for example, a VLI or whatever. So there are multiple systems we will support because we are not only producing and selling our products in Europe, it's all around the world, and other regions sometimes use different systems. So therefore, what you just mentioned is already an evaluation.
Yes.
Thanks. Thanks for a very interesting presentation. I was a bit surprised when you started your presentation with the key issue is harmonized material description. And that is completely different from interoperability issue. Clearly they are relevant for your paper exchange. But the key issue, I think, what you are struggling with is apparently there's no worldwide accepted standards for harmonized, so for material description. Then I'm very surprised again, because I would expect that, in particular in chemicals, you simply have the chemical formula. So why is that not sufficient? And if so, I would argue anyway that for harmonization, typically you go to ISO community or UN, so standard setting bodies to make them move. And I would expect, I can check out myself, but I would expect that there are already a lot of things going on in international standardization and harmonization of chemical descriptions.
absolutely right. So there are fragments for different classes of materials. But if you remember what Thomas Exner showed us yesterday, with the nums and mums and how to get to an assessment of the toxicity, there is no real standard. And as I said, we have two things that where we generate lots of data. It's the right to win, so it's the quality. And for me, quality is also sustainability and circularity, because you measure, make an average, and give the value away. Compliance is a complete different story. I do animal tests or tests with other kind of specimens or with given conditions of surroundings to see what and how my product interacts with this environment. I do out of that a scientific assessment, and I compare to what is reported in the UNECE GHS, Global Harmonized System for Classification and Labeling, or the European Classification and Labeling on packaging regulation. And there we don't have neither a standardized vocabulary. Well, there are some. For instance, Eurofrag with 15,000 sentences. But for instance, my colleagues in product stewardship, they say to me, Adrian, I'm so sorry. These 15,000 sentences are not enough to talk to my different segments, my different customers. They have a dedicated language. Oh, yeah? What the heck? I don't get it. So there we have a massive lack of standardized vocabularies and representation to do our job in the right to sell.
Sorry, if I can make a comment on that. So now I understand. So it's really about the attributes of chemical formulas. Attributes like toxicity, etc. Then what I would propose, and we can help there, is go to EU customs. Why? Because they have to check at the border a lot of chemicals and the properties of chemicals. We know a lot of people in the custom laboratories. Actually, we are in an EU project that is specifically about, so that could be a start. Anyway, they have standardized. So when it's about hazardous goods or substances of concern, so they have at least part of that. And anyway, they are very interested to help you further because it's in their own interest to do the classification as standardized as possible. And they do align with other customs in other regions, in China customs, with US customs. So that could be, okay. So.
Okay, thank you. And final question from France.
Very good presentation, Adrian, as usual. Maybe just a stupid question. If we are not talking about services, what are the other 10% of products which are not using materials and chemicals?
That's a very fair question, and you asked the wrong person, because I represent the chemistry which will grow and help us to go through the green transformation.
Great, thank you very much for the engaging session. I think lunch is outside, so half hour only. And I invite everyone that wants to speak on policy to contact us because there might be interesting discussions in November as well.
I'm sorry, from the organizers, just a quick question. Those of you who gave presentations and did not sign yet this document here, which gives us consent to use your presentation while reporting on this event, please do so. And if not, give us a sign that we do not ask anymore afterwards. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Is like worldwide.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. Grasping. Wieder. So did you find yourself? Yeah, perfect. Because it's not in alphabetic order. I do not know why, but I'm sorry.
Thank you, Peter.
Pencil. DT. Also auch die Participants sowieso, aber dass du es dann auch benutzen darfst im Reporting. Nee, klar, das ist dann nochmal ein weiterer Schritt. Das geht ja dann ganz
mainly European projects, it's mainly the concept is last year we had the feature project, the Digitalization that we presented yesterday. This year we have a feature project wood to wood. That was briefly discussed here.
Yes, thank you.
And because and the feature team will be policy because it also wood to wood creates a framework for wood classification that will be hopefully like adopted on a European level because every country has a different classification scheme. So yeah, it will revolve around.
Ich habe Probleme auch mit Inkompatibilität mit einer Folie, muss ein PDF
In yours?
machen.
Okay. Es ist mit dieser Computer irgendwas. Es ist nicht mit Holger.
I'll take it just to my...
Yes, please do. Yeah, please do. No problem.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So we are also kind of. Stella, can you please give me? I haven't yet because. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I just put this what I did Franz checked his presentation was not working, so he give me a pen. Okay, put it and then because I haven't done anything. Yeah, and then coming back to this. Okay, then so and it is only you have this the problem moment wieder after that no.
We missed you. We were a little bit
Hello. How are you?
we were a little bit concerned if something
Yeah,
happened.
it is.
Yeah, but if you're fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you guys? How was
busy.
Today? It was nice.
It was nice.
It started at 9.
Yes,
Here.
it is. It is.
Oh my God. She's such an
I
inspiration.
joined at 10:30.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Salim?
Salim, I think, was here since 7 o'clock.
It is.
His soul? Not him.
Moment. What is
His spirit is here?
He is here.
So we're supposed to sign it, right?
You
Yes,
have to
please
sign
do.
for the consent that we
Yeah.
can publish.
Consent.
It is not. Please find something.
I have no.
Maybe later on. I have to go get a coffee. I didn't get a coffee.
Should I send you by email? Or?
No, no, no. Yes, it was here. The plenary here.
Both projects were funded at the same time. Yeah, but then our way of working is
Yeah. Okay, so you have also the talk from the commission.
From video, yeah.
From the DG something.
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
Hopefully in the next DPP event we can. Because when I was mentioning that the two projects
And then I took what I have, 1010203, and to replace, because I'm not sure if you had the last well, in fact, I don't know. You had a 70. Have a different one. No, I would keep mine because I know it's fine. I deleted this.
I think it's just
Rename, okay. And then
hopefully.
you have also this. I don't. This is from the dream. Okay, now I will also upload session 6 now over, and then I give you back your together with Jacobides. Fine. Don't worry. Okay.
So how do we do it?
As you prefer. No.
Aber
No problem.
Adrian, denk mal, dass ich
Also ich habe meine Mail. Also ich habe ja auch einen Vortrag bei diesem Politikerfrühstück. Ich muss in 5 Minuten erklären, warum Compliance und Quality together müssen. Kriegen wir hin. Ich muss heute auch etwas zusammenfassen, was mich jetzt tierisch genervt hat. Wir haben in der Schweiz...
Du kannst das so schön ausdrücken, was mein inneres Gefühl sprichst du so wunderbar aus.
Ρε, μα να σου πω κακό. Πριν εγώ μίλαγα με την κυρία εδώ πέρα και πριν θα δείχνει τίποτα καλά. Το ψάχνει, το εδώ τώρα.
Ποιος είναι? Α, όχι, γιατί λέω.
Όχι, αυτοί κάτι μου έλεγε ότι θέλουν να δουν τα data spaces και στο DigiPass. Σου δίνεις να τα κάνει άλλος.
Τους είπε για το σερβερ τους.
Κάτσε στο μπερδεύω με αυτά τα copy-paste θα λυθούν και το μπερδεύω. Δεν ξέρω γιατί. Δεν σε παρακολουθώ ότι κάτι κάνω copy-paste εδώ και δεν θέλω να πούμε τις τελικές παρουσιάσεις και 53 φλασάκια και 52 πηγές αυτό που βάλω. Λοιπόν, θα μιλάω απ' έξω. Ό,τι πήρα από την Αντωνία το πήρα.
Τα προβλήματα έχουν λυθεί στο γυμνάσιο. Από τότε και έπειτα δεν τα βγάζει. Όπως ώστε τα κουμπώνεις και εσύ μείνεις στα δικά σου.
Αυτό κάνω.
Α, θα μεταφέρεις το δικό σου ρασάκι.
Ναι. Νομίζω ότι το έκανα. Πίσω. Safe delete, σε έρχεται safe delete. Ας το κάνω εδώ. Ένα πρώτο delete. Έχει κάνει ανακύκλωση από εδώ. Να τον εδώ. Λοιπόν.
say, people, please. We do not have break between.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, Fanny is already here, I think.
Or we can wait.
But Thomas is, I think, here. Oh, please. We can ask people to change the places.
Yeah.
Wait.
We can sit with Thomas and Fanny because we're the commission part.
Yes,
So
I think it is.
like here maybe
It is,
on
yes.
this side. Maybe Fanny, Thomas,
Yes, please,
myself.
please. Thomas, then Eva, and oh, okay.
And this is.
It is only for us, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Καλά φάγαμε. Μετά από τα λεωφορεία του, αλλάξαμε 3-4 μαγαζιά. Ήταν πολύ τουριστικό αυτό που σου λένε. Κάναμε το ίδιο στο επόμενο. Και καταλήξαμε.
Τέλεια, αφού βρήκατε να φάτε, τέλεια. Gut, dann wahrscheinlich sehen wir uns von deiner schnell weggehen. Vielen Dank.
16 Uhr.
Vielen Dank. Schöne Reise. Was?
So that's why I'm a little bit surprised that there might be multiple consults here. For me, I mean, from materials, so we haven't heard of any other people trying to apply for this. Okay. I could not. Okay. I mean, it would be very cautious. Okay. There would be also at least is also in our consortium thing. On the other side. Okay, looking forward to your talk then.
I see a lot of similarities. I'm trying to find your email, but yeah, but I couldn't manage to take a photo of me.
Franz, you will chill now. Could you please, okay. Now put after that change with Salim the place. It is the place is open now and we do not have, I think, break with this between it.
No, we have a break.
Really? When?
After this.
Which time? No.
Ja, ja, egal.
Ja,
wir haben Schilder jetzt.
Ja, haben wir. Oben noch.
Achso, das ist für die Panel-Diskussion, ja?
Noch. So. Gibt es nichts. Okay, gut, kannst du. Dann, okay. Das during ja, Alexander. Franz, we must start. So you stay there? After the coffee break, we need to change that. He will handle it.
Steht wieder drauf.
Nein.
So I will drop you
Natalia, I need to move.
Not now, in the coffee break. In the coffee break, please, but now not.
Where do I go? The coffee break next to you.
Yes, please. Yeah. Or you can take my place because I will sit there.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Yes, please. So, Franz, please start. Oh, Petra, sorry.
Soll ich die reinrufen, Franz?
Ja.
Ich wollte schon einmal draußen, aber
Yes, it could be. I will for it at 4 and leave. Okay. I wanted to say you
Franz, please start.
So welcome to the last session. Yeah. Please fasten seatbelts. I know we had 3 intensive days, but now we have the last session. So it's a honor to introduce Vida, who will give us let's say talk about advanced materials for industrial leadership. So you can start, please.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Vida Hogenhout. I work for the European Commission in DG RTD at the... Hello? Okay, I have to sit more closely. I work in DG RTD at the Unit for Industrial Transformation. And it's my pleasure today to tell you a bit more about what we're doing for advanced materials and in particular the materials commons for Europe. So as you know, we've had a number of reports recently from Draghi, from Letta, from Heitor, which gave a number of recommendations, and the Commission has adopted this competitiveness compass. A lot of things, important things in there are, for example, closing innovation gap, decarbonization our economy, and these kind of things, single market, competitiveness. And a lot of that is linked to advanced materials. There, a lot of our industry, from automotive to space to manufacturing, very much needs new advanced materials with new properties. Also, for the decarbonization, there's a huge demand for new technologies, for example, clean energy technologies, which depend on materials with novel properties. And then, of course, we also have a lot of geopolitical dependencies, for example, in terms of critical raw materials, where also we're looking for advanced materials that could reduce the dependency on critical raw materials. So this policy of the Commission actually makes advanced materials into something very important. We expect advanced materials the demand for it will increase exponentially because of reshaping supply chains, also because of regulatory requirements. One of the things we've done recently, in the last year, we've adopted a communication on advanced materials, which has a number of actions that we're currently implementing. And also the Competitiveness Compass has announced an Advanced Materials Act, which we are now working on and which is to be adopted next year. I will not go into a lot of detail on the strategy that we've announced in 2024, except to say that there's a variety of actions. There's an overall governance. We've created a Technology Council for Advanced Materials, which is representatives from member states, from industry, from academia, which is really meant to align the efforts that we do in Europe in this area, to set common priorities, to have common objectives. We want to use that to create a dynamic ecosystem for research, so that we can really address the twin transition, address our strategic autonomy. There's a number of actions under the pillar fast track from lab to fab, such as digitalization, but also, for example, working on research and technology infrastructures. We have a pillar on increasing capital investment and access to financing. For example, working with the EIC, which has this year published a call on advanced materials. And then we also have a pillar on fostering the production and use of advanced materials, where you, for example, looking at what is the production in Europe, what are the needs, how do the supply chains work. We announced 4 priority areas: energy, mobility, construction, and electronics. This is an annex to this communication. At this moment, the Technology Council is discussing adding a 5th priority to this, which relates to medical devices. And then also there are a number of cross-cutting priorities, such as the digitalization of this area, safe and sustainable by design framework, and the circularity of materials. Some of the actions that we're working on, we've created this Technology Council that I've already mentioned, a high-level group which already met once last year, which is going to meet again next week. Then a co-program partnership called Innovative Advanced Materials for the EU that has now been set up. An industry side association has been created. They've published a strategic research and innovation agenda. And together with them, we aim to invest 500 million euros in the coming years in this area. We are working on the Materials Commons for Europe. I'm going to go into more detail in the next slides. We're setting up an academy on advanced materials, which should be operational by the end of this year. And there's also discussion about an so-called IPCEI, an important project of common European EU interest on circular advanced materials. So I will not go into more detail on the other actions, but I will go into a bit more detail on the materials commons. So there are a number of activities in Europe and many projects, but also major national activities on the digitalization of R&I in the area of advanced materials. There's a number of elements that come in there. First of all, there's a lot of data exchange, so a lot of data, if it's in the right format and if it's interoperable, then could be shared, and that would be very meaningful. I've heard from a major company which was trying to do that with their own internal data, and they recently decided to throw everything away they've done in the past decades because they did not save all the right metadata to be able to use it. So that's within an organization, so imagine a challenge to do that across organizations. Now there's, of course we didn't invent that, there's a number of national initiatives, especially in Germany, in France, and Denmark, that are working on that. Now that links to a number of things. People have started using artificial intelligence to predict which materials, for example, which materials could have particular properties. So instead of formulating a material and trying to find out what property it has, they try to do it in reverse, saying these are the properties we need, what material should we try. There are cases where this has enormously sped up the development of new materials. There's modeling and simulation, of course, so building on data sets. There is models. Some major US companies have already published big data sets and also AI models, for example, in the public domain. Simulation tools. There are, of course, tools for visualizing the data you have, for analyzing, tools for characterizing materials. And there are also links to other things which are happening, such as, for example, a digital product passport or the safe and sustainable by design toolboxes. And of course, one dream we would have is that there is one environment where people share workflows and where somebody doing research in one side of Europe can easily collaborate with somebody on the other side because they have the same workflows and they have interoperable tools, they have data which they can exchange and so forth. I already mentioned there's a few major initiatives in Europe, and we would very much like those to collaborate and create a common effort rather than trying to restart from scratch. So this is one element. And using all of this, of course, our aim is to accelerate the design and development of advanced materials using all these things. We've put an action into the work program 2025. It aims at a pioneer federated digital infrastructure. Word pioneer because it is really trying to do things. This is, I think, not something we can design completely from the start, but it's important to get going and to see what kind of things we run into. It has the word federated because we want to bring together a number of major initiatives that already exist and build on things which already exist. And it has the word infrastructure because it's really something that people can then build on, people can use, people can, for example, build tools which work on top of such a framework. What we are aiming for, access to interoperable, heterogeneous and fair data sources and computational tools. So we really want to see how we can, let's say, create common workflows where people can work together more easily because they have the same workflows and those are let's say, use the same kind of data, use the same tools. We're very keen to have well-structured, well-documented primary data so that we create new data sets in Europe and can then gradually build on those data sets. Also, there is a move we're seeing that people start making self-driving labs. So they bring together artificial intelligence and robotics to more and more automate the whole things in labs. In material science, it's often called material acceleration platforms. It's of course something which is also happening in other areas. Self-driving labs is a bit more of a general term. Now, this is not this action is not aimed at building any self-driving lab, but we would very much like to have, let's say, components, standards, platforms that support those that are working on self-driving labs, or let's say moving in that direction. And then something which is very important to us is the long-term sustainability and expansion to future use cases. So if our action is for a few years, but we are really discussing with people and looking at how can we make this sustainable so that we create something which can be, let's say, continue to exist and not be, let's say, an attempt that disappears again after a few years. So a few of the things that we're aiming for, we would like to interconnect. There is, for example, a lot of work in Europe that's done on AI, for example, the AI gigafactories. There are high performance computing centers. Of course, it's important to be able to connect to those, to use those, to benefit from them. We aim to accelerate, so to accelerate the design, the development, the characterization, the testing of new materials. We want to enable fair data, for example, having common taxonomies, having common ontologies, especially the German initiative that exists in this area has been doing a lot of work on creating common ontologies and tools that allow you to use them. And of course, making things interoperable. Then we're looking at maybe making a user-centric system that is easy to use, that allows you to also have, let's say, work with things that have whether intellectual property rights or there's ownership. As I mentioned, we're looking for, or I'm not sure if I mentioned it, we're really looking for things which are driven by industrial use cases, which can also feed back into, let's say, academic research direction, but that's quite important to us. Because of that, it's also important to consider ownership. On the one hand, we would like to have data to be fair, but also in those cases where there is clear data ownership, we should be able to respect that and to work with that. And of course, the virtual design, where we can get closer to the situation where people can, let's say, envisage what kind of properties a material should have, find that, test it, and do virtual design of their new advanced materials. Okay. So that is what we have been foreseeing for the materials commons for Europe, and be happy to take any questions.
So many thanks for the insight into the material commons with the different topics you want to address. Are there any questions from the audience?
Thank you for your talk. In your second last slide, you said we want to accelerate and also build fair data and more ontologies. As I just said in my talk previously, ontologies are not good enough because I don't see them in the industry. So are there from the Commission plans to help implement those ontologies so that they end up in our product lifecycle management tools, enterprise resource planning tools, because they need to end up somewhere in our daily work so that we start to speak the same language? Are there any kind of ideas and programs at the Commission level to support this kind of implementation?
I think you need to press the button here, yes. So one thing I should stress is that in the call text you stressed this should be driven by industrial use cases. So we're very much looking for something which can solve real problems and where it has a real value for industry. So this is really something that comes up front for us. We've given a number of examples of what you could do to achieve that, but I think we will then have to look at what can we use and what is really useful. I should say that the German initiative, it's called Material Digital, has been very much an industry, let's say, driven initiative, or let's say it works a lot with industry, and they are also putting a lot of emphasis on ontology. So I'm a little bit surprised if you say that the two are incompatible, because they seem to have been able to put them together very well.
I have to correct myself. I don't say incompatible. I just don't see them frequently in my daily business. I see it in R&D, but not, for instance, in compliance tools, and that's where we lose tons of times. And that would also require that, for instance, ECHA in Helsinki would start to rethink the way we communicate about hazard statements of chemicals, because they still want to see a document. And if we would say, no, we go for a structured set of data that we can render at any time for a document, that would really become a game changer. But to have a structured set of data, we need, first of all, the same language, the semantics, the ontologies. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I would certainly hope that that the materials commons will result in a system where there is, let's say, a lot of common language, a lot of common concepts. If you say that this will at some point become problematic, we'll have to look into that. But at least we're now building on at least one initiative I know which has been quite successful in that. So, and I hope that we can find a way to take that forward.
Any other questions? Yeah, please.
It's more a comment to this. So, I mean, we have these industrial use cases in our Med Commons proposal that we're preparing. And I think if BASF would be interested in joining there to show how this could be used, this would be, you're welcome to one of the meetings which are on the website that I can forward to you.
Okay, any other question or?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm asking essentially, you mentioned many times the German initiative. Probably there are other initiatives, probably in France. Are you in the idea essentially to construct based on the German initiative, for instance, or completely starting from scratch?
I think we've made it very clear in the call that we would like to build federated infrastructures built on several initiatives in Europe. Germany is one, there's one in France, there's one in Denmark, and we would like to, as much as possible, be inclusive and build on all the initiatives that exist so far. Certainly I would not want to, let's say, throw everything away and restart from scratch. So this is also why we have this phrasing, a federated pioneer federated digital infrastructure, as opposed to, let's say, a new one.
Which means actually if you go for a new proposal, essentially for this call, you have to start from something at least on the ground already somehow. Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Thank you very much for talk. This session dedicated for sustainable development, which approach for sustainability for Mud Commons you are planning, you are thinking, what is your view on it?
I think it's an interesting bridge because on the one hand we have circular materials which can help with sustainability, and that is certainly something that is a major topic of research. There's a lot of work going on that. Now we use the same word sustainability also for the long-term sustainability of the system. We're looking at different models of how to do that. We've looked at legal structures that exist where you could create some legal entity that would support it over a longer term. Of course, we're now also working on the Advanced Materials Act. So that is also an opportunity for us to think if there's something we can do in this act to support that sustainability. The question was also discussed at the Technology Council with all the member states, and there was a lot of support for the idea of finding a solution to make it sustainable. So member states are certainly on board.
So I have also a question. We had a lot of discussion yesterday evening how to interpret material commons, because there's one sentence in which is not clarified for us, because in this case it says in principle only public funded beneficiaries will get money. So are you do you want to have industry in, or do you want only to have public funded entities to build up this infrastructure?
When we set up this idea, when we conceived this idea, there was a choice, okay, who do you involve from the start? There are arguments for and against either choice. Now, our aim was to build up something which is, let's say, has public support, which has kind of national hubs so that it can really create opportunities for researchers all over Europe. And to then, in other calls we do, fund projects involving industry which benefit from or feed into the infrastructure. So in that sense, we envisage this working in two phases in setting up a more publicly funded thing, which could be, let's say you find a sustainable solution with the help of member states. But there, I would say there's no commercial party which says, you know, I want to have it this way or I'm going to keep out my competitors. And to then say, and then we fund projects which will, of course, have industrial parties and which feed into it and which provide data or which use it.
Actually, the more direct question. Essentially, if the industry will get money from this call or not?
No.
Thanks for the answer. So just one additional question on this. You said before that you are thinking to set up like a concept, maybe a legal company to operate this. And on the other side, you have public funded bodies. And in my experience, it's often very hard that public funded companies or bodies are going into a shareholder agreement. That's my experience with a lot of maybe in universities or other public funded.
I said legal entity, not the company.
Any other question?
Hello, everybody. I'm Xavier Antoinette from Ecosystem. Still alive, because it's not a nice spot. Huh? It's difficult to. We are full in digestion period, so let's try to give you some interesting information. So I'm working for an extended producer responsibility organization in France, which is in charge of the collection, of the repair, the reuse, and of course recycling equipment, electronic equipment, EEE. I would like to present you a project that we have started some months ago about an initiative of DPP for EE products. So the objective of this project is mainly to, well, create 2 million DPP in 2 years for new product and existing product. I will explain what I mean by that. And the idea also is to show and to prove somehow that DPP can, so to say, create new business possibilities in the sector. And last but not least, we would like to also try to see how we can calculate that the DPP can have a positive impact on the environment. So thanks the presentation this morning of Livius, I think it's very important that we also look at what's the environmental impact of all of that. Okay, just to give you some idea why we started this project, and I think it's a good experience of what we could call European knowledge transfer. Our initiative is born from, so to say, from European projects, and mainly 2 projects. One is CRISE project that you had a presentation on Monday, I think, and the other one is about SIG Threads project. So both are well, inspired and powered our initiative. CRISE was basically because it identified the potential of the DPP and the digital platform for cooperation between different stakeholders and shareholders. And of course, it's about criteria and indicators of circularity. And on third thread project is, of course, the importance of open source approach and this notion of data contract, which is also very interesting. And basically, we had also have some convictions on DPP. The first, as we said, is we believe that it can prolong the lifetime of the equipment, which is, of course, very important in this project. And once again, it can generate a new business, which is very important because it will be the main reason why all the shareholders will use the DPP, because they will be able to make some business. So it's a very brand new project because it starts end of 2024, and so it's we already have some results. So I'll share you with what we have done so far. So we started with a few shareholders. One is a producer called Beko, which is a big electrical appliances. Fnac Darty, which is also a retailer, a big retailer in France and Europe. Envie, which is, so to say, social economy players in France, which is reusing some mainly big appliances. And Ariani, which is the startup who provides the technology, and actually Pierre-Nicolas is there already also today. So we want to have all the players of the value chain of the EEE, which are the producers, of course, retailers, repairers, reuse players, and of course recyclers. That's the idea. And we also work with GS1 that can also then they provide us some hints on normalization. So you can if you want, use this DPP QR code if you want. If you can scan it, and you will go directly to a DPP on electrical appliances. So it's something that we've done. So just to give you a hint, so we have basically to create from ex nihilo. We didn't have any idea of how can we make this queer code of DPP sexy, and that you want to use it, which is not so easy actually, because we have. I don't know if you know that, but we found queer code everywhere. So how do you differentiate? To say a normal queer code with a DPP queer code? Question mark. So we started to design and try to design to make it well interesting. And so there is the queer code, and there is this motto, and the motto found by Darty, which is designs the queer code. They say to scan it. To scan is to adopt it. Okay. Well, that's just a commercial idea, but it's one first point. Say, how do you differentiate the queer code of the DPP from all the queer codes that we can find? Okay, let's go through the the project itself. So as you understand, we want to have all the value chain. This is a major point. We strongly believe the DPP will take all this value by working with all the shareholders of a value chain. And here's value chain for EE. It's, of course, the producers, the manufacturer, the one who sells the product, which basically could be the retailers, but it could be also the online selling. Of course, the repair, refurbish, resell, the maintenance actors, and then, of course, the recyclers. So that's we want to basically create some timestamp for each of these events in the value chain. So we will put some data at each of the events of the product, which is, of course, to start with, we will create the DPP and pair the DPP with a queer code at the manufacturing plants. And of course, it's when the product is sold, then we will also timestamp. And then it's at each event, repair, refurbish, there will be a timestamp giving some information of what happens. If it's repairs, we will put what have been done, what was the default, so to say, and what have been done. If there are new spare parts that have been replaced, that's something which will be in the DPP. When I said that we want to, of course, create new products, but in the meantime, we didn't want to wait for 5 or 10 years to see all different events in the DPP. So we decided to create also some DPP for each repair product with Darty, but I will tell that. And Darty, just to give you an information, they repair more than almost 2 million of product per year. All right, so it's something that we would like to immediately have the value of the DPP, even if the product have been sold some 5 years or 6 years ago, right? So it means that in 2 years from now, if everything goes well, we will have quite a lot of DPP on board, on live. And that will be the same for maintenance. And just to give you some information, the first DPP were created in China some weeks ago. So a manufacturing plant in China create some DPP and pair it with our own system. So of course, it's very interesting to see all the problems which create in the real life. Just to give you information, on the plants, 1 minute is about €1. So you spend 1 minute extra, it costs €1. You say, okay, €1, it's not so much. Okay, but we're talking about thousands and maybe millions of products. So of course it's a lot. So every extra time you will spend, you will have to justify somehow that what with the return on investment on that. Okay, just to give you a fast overview of the DPP creation process. So first of all, you have to print stickers. Huh? That's stupid, but you have to put your stickers on the product. But first, you have to print them. Where do you print them? Do you print them in China, in Europe, and where and when is it done? Question mark. And first question to all of us: do we need to have a universal pictogram for the DPP? That would make sense somehow, for the consumers at least, right? Same question. Okay, you have to stick a DPP somewhere on a big appliances. Where do you stick it? I think one other remark, that could be nice also to have a universal place for queer code for the DPP. If the consumer have to look at where does this bloody queer code is set, that will ease the process. Not it's details, but it would make sense to think about that. And then of course you have to pair the queer code and the product itself with the serial number and so on. Because we, of course, are working at serial number granularity. Okay, time is flying away. So what this first version of a commercial DPP looks like? So I don't have. Do I have? No, I don't have. Okay, no, it's just to give you. I mean, of course, it's one first version. So you have some product information. Product sheet, which is of course basically the basic information of the product, is brand, model, weight, dimensions, repairability index, and so on and so on. There is some another button which gives you the user instruction, how to install, how to maintain your product. That's of course something also important. And then there is something very interesting for everyone. It's what we call services. What can you have some as services on your product? And we decide also to put the product warranty of the product. And the warranty is very interesting because as a consumer, for instance, you will be very happy to know that the guarantee of your product is on the DPP. Huh? If you give your product to your friend or you sell it to someone else, the guarantee will be still with the DPP. But it's a lot of other services, like it could be maintenance, it could be repair, of course, etc., etc. And it's interesting to see how the retailers are thinking of what type of services I will be able to put with that. And here there is a lot of value. And we could talk about preventive maintenance. We could think of new products or new services around that. So it's something which is it's quite new, but we can see that there is a big potential. And of course, but last, there is the historical of the product. When it has been created, if there are any control, repair, with what type of spare parts have it changed. So everything is in the DPP. And of course, it's just the beginning. It will be enriched by other new data coming from us, from ecosystem, that we will probably put some more information. And as it has been said this morning, of course we want to be compliant, but we definitely think we can add much more information on that, on this passport.
2 minutes?
Yes. Right. Okay, so just to tell you that we start to have some to monitors, of course, this DPP, and we start to get some data, the number of timestamps, the number of DPP created, and of course we will be able to create some dashboards quite quickly. So what about data? It's what's for basically. Of course, the potential is huge. We have been discussing that for 2 days already, or 3 days. But of course, we can somehow calculate the environmental impact. We can simplify the reporting for producer, very important. We can help to improve eco-design of products because you will have some information back on the field. How long my product, what is the real lifetime of my product, etc. We already said that we can develop new services about maintenance, repair, reuse, second spare parts. Very interesting second spare parts also, and guarantee. It could, at the end, of course, it could increase efficiency for repairs and reuse players because they will know what happens to this product, how many, what's their defaults, etc. And of course, but it's also from a consumer point of view, it's improved confidence in the second lifetime product because you know exactly what happens. You know how old is your product. It's, of course, an interesting information trace and track circular economy performance for an EPR like ecosystem. It's interesting to know what happens. Yeah, I'm going. Okay. Another thing. As soon as we talk about data, we need to talk about governance. How are we going to create some confidentiality on this data, of this data common, I would say. So we are defining rules like who owns the passport, where and when can I put my company logo, so who can access the data in the project lifetime? Should all the data should be displayed? No, of course, but how the DPP will be closed? Question mark. It's not so easy because the recyclers are not so keen to do anything on DPP. And what's the role of PRO, what's like ecosystem in the DPP, etc. I'm moving. Okay, I think I'm afraid I don't have the time to explain the architecture, what we've done. Just to finish, we definitely need to think all of that at European scale, and we can see what's happening is with battery, with battery, and April. You know about April database. It's very interesting. But it's not standardized. You can see that here we have some wide horizontal menu here. It's a vertical menu. The information are not in the same presentation, same wording. It's very difficult from a consumer point of view to find how it works really and to differentiate different products. And then, just to finish also, it's about life cycle operator. We need to be able to timestamps and add events. But of course, maybe there is something to do to standardize all this timestamp because one actors will have to timestamp a lot of products. And if he needs to have different interface for different products, well, we will not ease his life. So we have somehow to work also to standardize Miner with a sort of similar interface on an API to ease this timestamp action. Yes, that's my final sentence, and happy to, well.
Sorry to be so hard, but we have a program. It's very tough now.
Yeah, no problem. No, don't. Yeah.
No comments. So you were the first.
Sorry, this might be a little bit ignorant, but is it? Was on. It might be a bit ignorant, but is it really agreed that the digital product passport will be on the individual level and not like on a batch level for all products?
Well, we still don't know because the official DPP is not existing, but the value of DPP will come because of this granularity. It's because it's your product. It's not the older product of the life. I mean, it's for electronic appliances. If you need to know what happens to your product, how will you handle that? If it's the same for everyone, the value of the DPP will come from because it's your product, and you can exactly say what have been done on this product.
Okay. So thank you. So for the next presenter, please take in mind you have 15 minutes, and if you are quicker, you are able to that we can ask some questions. Otherwise, we have to go to the next presentation. Many thanks for being so flexible.
So hello, and thanks for having me and the possibility to provide and make this suggestion that I'm going to offer to you. My name is Bernhard. I'm from Austria. I'm presenting PACE DPP. This is one of the two Austrian lighthouse projects on the digital product passport. But I will show you two slides on it. The main message today would be a different one, namely collecting use cases in electronics across all projects that we have presented here. Abstract is only for the handout. Just a look to the side. This is the CBAM omnibus changes, and there was this recent news that an exemption of 90% of all the importers still yielded a coverage of CBAM of 99% of the imported carbon dioxide emissions. And the question for me is do we find 10% of the data in the digital product passport for a specific product group that still is able to tackle 99% of the environmental impact or other impacts that we are expecting from the digital product passport implementation? Two slides on the project that you know where I'm coming from. So funded by Austria and German governments, and these are the partners that you are seeing here. And as many of you, we are also investigating data spaces and service platforms for two verticals. One is wood, paper, and pulp, and the other one that I'm talking about today, that I'm presenting, is electrical and electronic equipment. And we ideated different use cases for this vertical, and we came across use cases that really have the potential to, for example, dramatically or at least substantially reduce the energy consumption, for example, within the European Union. And we have other ones that are completely nuts and that do not make sense at all. They have no impact. And the question is, can we somehow systemize this knowledge, learn from the good and bad use case ideas, and find out what are the most impactful? So which use cases really solve a big environmental or geostrategic problem and are enabled by the digital product passport and actually cannot do without the digital product passport or make it much more efficient with the digital product passport? And then which legislation is needed to make these high impact use cases also a business case, if they're not a business case on their own? And disclaimer, in great humbleness, so our project just started. I know there's already lots of expertise and results in this direction existing, and I'm asking for guidance. So who and where is this expertise? And I think it's valuable for many projects, also especially the new projects, to have such a common learning from use cases. And I also know that the coordination is already going on, so especially expert working group 4 in the Surplus 2 project has related activities and targets. I know of this, and maybe they can, that what I'm suggesting can in future be strongly related to the expert working group. My suggestion is, I inserted this slide yesterday because of the talk on the preparatory studies. So I think that the methodologies, what I'm suggesting is rather similar. So the short suggestion is, let's collect the already existing results within our project that will help to inform the preparatory studies in future. These are the projects that are the products that I'm talking about, mostly now the energy-related products, but also I think batteries and magnets strongly relate to them because it's interesting where the real impacts are in the battery materials or in the energy efficiency that is arising by these battery materials. And the longer version of the suggestion, let's collect the digital product passport use cases for electrical and electronic equipments across all projects, collect their potential impacts on the environment and geostrategic dimensions, derive the success factors. So what makes such a use case a good use case? Is it the production volume of the products? Is it the toxicity? Is it the right circular strategy? And what does the digital product passport do to enable it? And then collect the regulatory recommendations, identify the gaps. Why is a very impactful use case not yet a business case? So what do I mean by collecting use cases? Of course, using existing sources like the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, where you can find already a few, and also the circular data, and also having the plan of feeding back what we elaborate together to these data bases. And of course, collecting from the published and unpublished results within our project present here. Most impactful digital product passport use cases. I have a feeling that one can draw such a hotspot landscape. On the one axis having the product clusters I framed then, we will come to that in a minute, and on the other side the life cycle stages. And products differ vastly by orders of magnitude in their impact, and also within one product the impacts along the life cycle stages have orders of magnitude of differences. And it depends on these hotspots and differences which circular strategy enabled by a digital product passport makes sense. And I think one can map those and identify those. This is at least my hope, on a generic level, not having a PhD study for each product being necessary. I know you can do it, but maybe we can make a shortcut. What do I mean by these product classes and success factors? So 3 examples. There are single-use pregnancy tests, there are laptops, and there are data center servers. And what are the factors that let us tell which strategy, which use case makes sense for them, and if they at all are a product group that is worth tackling? So, for example, they differ in their life cycle profile. If the pregnancy tests end up in the normal waste, their end of life might be the hotspot. For laptops, it does make sense to increase their lifetime because their embodied carbon footprint is the hotspot. For data center servers, it does not make any sense to repair them because they exchanged every 2 or 3 years because of efficiency gains. So completely different circular strategies. Therefore, digital product passport enabled scenarios that we want to create and tackle. And to compare them to each other, so is it maybe even sufficient to have the mass, the product of mass and production volume globally as a first indicator if this is a product category worth tackling? From the perspective, for example, from research projects, where should we put our research research money, but also for investors. I've been talking to robotic companies. So which circular value chains they should tackle first in their investments in, for example, repair robotics. So these things matter also for external players that are outside those product category value chains themselves. And the simplified success factors can maybe be the mass, the energy consumption, the production volume, the operating time and their total lifetime, the material availability, scarcity, toxicity, and so on. And I think we could come up maybe rather cheaply with low effort with such a list, listing all the use cases, named ones, anonymized ones, and attribute to them a product cluster, like a small, high volume, single use, low power, non-toxic product. Could be one product cluster that covers multiple product categories. And estimate roughly what is the problem that we are solving with this use case and to what extent. For example, global e-waste reduction or life expectancy in countries where e-waste is now recycled informally without any health protection. And look at the time. How much minutes? It's over? Okay. Yeah, so just rather quickly, so also identifying the gaps. If you have already done so in your projects, or we can do it together, because if it's good for the earth but not yet a business case, regulation, I would argue, can jump or has to jump in. So what would be the information requirements and the performance requirements to make such a high impact use case also a business case? What would be the profit or the loss with such a DPP enabled use case compared to the status quo? What are needed market-based incentives like resource prices to make it a business case? And what are missing technologies and services in the circular supply chains that could inform future research policies and directions to create those value chains? And the vision after we have come up with a list, so what could we derive from such a list? Could be a quick estimation tool of use cases. So future researcher, external investors can, or also industry representatives that have a certain product category in mind, their own product mostly, they find out which product cluster does my product belong to. Is it linked to a real hotspot of environmental problems, or is it just orders of magnitude lower and maybe irrelevant? And if it's a hotspot, in which life cycle stage, which circular strategy would be effective to reduce this hotspot, and how does the digital product passport help to enable this circular strategy, and which data points within the digital product passport are needed for this? And finally, then, which future regulations will or can help me to make this a business case? And I also firmly believe that if you are tackling a real problem in a rational world, at least, at some point in time, this will be made a business case by policies. So again, let's collect the digital product passport use cases from our projects, assess their impacts or collect the already existing assessments, derive the success factors, what makes them a business impactful use case, and collect the recommendations for regulations to make them also a business case, because they're contributing to a solution that we need. Organizational, I think this is the last slide. If you like, please consider sending me one contact person per project that is working on electrical and electronic digital product passport use cases. Then I would initiate a meeting. Maybe we do it also in the course of the expert working groups. I will align with Serpus 2 here, what also they would like. And we decide then on next steps. and alignment or strong relation to Surplus 2 expert working group, as said. And in future, this could also be a separate project if we see that the effort is too high, but the impact is plentiful. Then we can together work on a proposal for a dedicated project on such assessment tool. That's it.
Special applause for being in time. So we have 2 minutes for question. Please.
Thanks for that. I think it was brilliant. And please sign C-Rise in. My question is, so I understand this is something that you guys are willing to, like, is the aim of your project, and that's something that you're willing to coordinate? Is that proposal something? Are you proposing that someone should undertake this and you're just starting, or how is the active realization of this work coming together?
I'm prepared to do initial work here. It would be a submarine initiative within our project. It's not the real target of our project, but I just came up this need for myself, and maybe others have this need too. Yeah.
I have a question, actually. I get a little bit confused from this meeting about the definition of the DPP. You know, essentially, I started actually about the DPP for categories, for industries, then for categories, and then we are talking about DPP for use cases. And we don't know essentially what are the frontier, essentially, in this definition of the concept of DPP.
I'm not sure if I get the question right. So
You are talking essentially about the use case DPP.
I'm talking about DPP use cases. And in my definition, we quarrel about this in our project, at least, about these definitions, is a product plus a circular strategy that is enabled by the digital product passport. So this combination.
Is it a DPP?
No, it's a use case for the DPP.
Okay, then I did not get it clear. Is it something active that's in the DPP, or is it a use case DPP, or DPP for use case?
No, it's not a use case DPP. It's a DPP used in a circular use case.
Okay, then
Thank you. Any additional need for clarification? Yes, please.
Maybe just something between a question and a remark. You mentioned to link to preparatory studies. So the question for me was, are you aware of the work done for the eco-design working plan? Because to set up the working plan, there was also a preparatory study which tried to screen product groups and identify already where are hotspots, which product groups need regulation. And I think both you could get inspired from that, but also feed into the next revision of the working plan with your work.
So if you are talking about the same final document of this study that I know, I think there was at least ICT or some types of electronics not yet included, because at the point in time when this project this was started, electronics was not a priority product group, I think.
We can discuss in a break.
So many thanks and an applause. No? No, no.
DPP actually in another context.
Okay, then
Thank you very much for the possibility to present our project, THESEUS. Something about me, I'm Stefan from MSG. We are the co-coordinator of this project. The title here for the session, Product Passport, Leveraging European Blockchain Service Infrastructure. So as you can see, we try to match two initiatives, Digital Product Passport and the EBSI. Something about THESEUS. THESEUS is a project funded under the Digital Europe program with around about 33 partners. It's coordinated by Intesi Group, Wiki Manila, and co-coordinated by MSG. We serve at least two pillars. One is the product and material traceability, so subjects like Digital Product Passport, subjects like supply chain, by the examples of seafood, agri-food, battery, and halloumi, so also proof of origin, because, for example, halloumi is only this cheese coming from Cyprus and nothing else. Yeah. On the other hand, we have data and document traceability, so subjects like IPR rights to make evident who owns an intellectual property and to trade it exactly, also on the EBSI, or subjects like KYC. Before we go deeper on the product passport, I give a short introduction on the EBSI because I'm not sure if everybody is familiar what EBSI is. The EBSI, European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, is a public good and infrastructure provided by the member states, namely the EDIC, as the organization providing it. Member states means the validator nodes are provided by the member states, so the ones creating the consensus, and anything else is built on top of the infrastructure. This is why we call it trust anchor, governmental trust anchor by default, because anything is built on top of the infrastructure. What we need to take into account is that we are in Europe, we have the EIDAS regulation, and this is what we take into account in our project. And in terms of EBSI and Ledger and Product Passport, we have exactly to take into account the two red marked subjects here. The Product Passport is in terms of EIDAS and the stage of attributes. For this, we have a qualified trust service, means we have services certified and fully liable for the authenticity of the attestation. And we have a trust service for Ledger, so fully liable for the infrastructure itself. So we can cover both with qualified trust services. In terms of EBSI, this means I have the infrastructure provided by the member states, and anything else the application is put on top. So the application of Product Passport, a trust service, etc. That's why we have this governmental trust anchor and proven security. EBSI itself provides a comprehensive governance and technical framework with a clear governance, who can issue something, who can verify something based on which requirements. It's easily mappable to, or can easily map to, the trust model of EIDAS. This is what we did in the EBSI Vector project, also in other EBSI project. And on the technical infrastructure, EBSI covers what's already given in the EIDAS framework for OID, for VCIVP, for the issuance and presentation, WCC, VCDM, and so on. For a Product Passport, I may need something like an LPIT, so who is the company, and the wallet for this. This business wallet was already developed in EBSI by EBSI Vector. We only reuse it in THESEUS, and attestations for several application areas like industry, supply chain, like education, etc. So long story short, EBSI contains the whole framework we need. And in terms of EIDAS, and we are in Europe, so if we issue a Product Passport in Europe, I need to follow the EIDAS regulation. The same if I will get a business wallet as company, I need to deal with the subject. The business wallet we already have, provided by Vector. The infrastructure for issuing Product Passports as attestation of attributes could be built on the EBSI. In this case, EBSI is the trust is the decentralized PKI, we call it trust service component, so the infrastructure front trust service issuing attestation of attributes. We have the ledger itself, which could be a trust service, so we don't have to issue anymore that we don't have proof of security in the DRT. This is actually what's done if you want to become trust service. Yeah, qualified trust service, you have the conformity assessment, and you are fully liable. For the business registry, we have a pilot done in EPSI who is what's the company and provable, and with a DID method so that we can combine the identity and the transaction. And the same for the trust registry, so scalable alternatives to the good old XML lists we know from EIDAS, and the lists for the relying parties, etc., as defined in the EIDAS regulation. So EPSI can cover anything which is already given in the EIDAS regulation. If we want to look a bit deeper, I just put the link there. There's a publication on the subject. So long story short, anything what we need a wallet, we need to know the company, and we need the attestation. For this, we can use EPSI as the infrastructure, and it was already aligned with the regulators from the member states. It was done in the EU blockchain sandbox project. So as you can see, Trace is one piece in a big ecosystem. On Trace. Trace4EU for the product passport or for traceability subject, we built our solution based on the legal governance. This means existing regulations, the existing EPSI services, and on top we built a Trace4EU toolbox. This means that if in future projects and companies want to build traceability use cases on the EBSI, they can reuse this toolbox as building blocks. Yeah? And on top, we implemented the use cases by example. And one subject, colleague mentioned timestamps in the former session. Yes, we also use timestamps, but we use qualified ones. We use qualified timestamps according to the EIDAS regulation so that we have legally compliant qualified timestamps, and we piloted them DRT native. On the traceability subject, as mentioned, identification of the company, the attestation itself, and the transaction, which means the link between the company issuing something responsible for a part of a product and the related traceability event in the ledger. The reference is done using the DID of the issuer for this attestation for a certain part of the product. This for the use cases, as mentioned, seafood, material, agri-food, and so on. For the material traceability, it's the product passport for the battery. So that the product passport at the end of the day could be issued as a qualified attestation of attributes, and so fully compliant with the EIDAS regulation. Main challenges as given here, so greenwashing, regulatory implications, making evident the supply chain, third-party verification, and so on. The advantage of EPSI is that we have the timestamping, that we have the EIDAS 2, and we will reduce the compliance risks, etc. The market, I think we can skip this. We already know, pretty sure we agree on this after 3 days. So let's go to the interesting subject. As mentioned, what we do is to identify the company itself, the companies during the process. Every party in the process issue its part of the final product passport. But product passport is only one regulation. Yeah, we need to deal with the regulation on the product passport, and we need to deal with the regulation on the supply chain. And this is exactly what we combine to reference to the DID of the issue of an attestation for a certain part of the product passport to the traceability event. As a DID does not contain PII, I don't have an issue. Yeah? And how do I solve the subject? If somebody wants to know who is behind, he needs to have the access rights in the EBSI. We don't go to the access rights of the company. So in this case, the EPSI is PKI. It's a bit similar to a trust service provider. You have a pseudonym signature certificate. You ask DTrust who is behind. If you are allowed to get, you get it. This is what we check. Yeah. So if you are MSG, you need to make evident it's MSG, and you need to make evident you're a member of MSG. Then you get the data. And in the result, we have the combination evidence for the product passport for the, to the regulation and the evidence for the supply chain. For those ones of you saying, yeah, we are not only in Europe, doesn't matter. The technical framework in the EIDAS is pretty much based on WCC VCDM and OpenID Foundation and ISOs, and it's used worldwide. No issue. Anybody can validate a JDA signature worldwide because also ETSI standards are used worldwide. Yeah, so this is not really the issue. The same for the ledger standardization. Yes, it's a 10 TS, but we reference the ISO THESEUS 7. Provable worldwide. A bit more in the detail about the flow. I don't go into last detail. I think the interesting subject here is, as mentioned, the combination of identity and the transaction. We use the EAA framework using the EPSI. As mentioned, it's pretty much technically the same what's given for the EIDAS at the end of the day, as EPSI acts in this case on one hand as a decentralized PKI, on the other hand for the as the ledger itself for the recording of transactions. This is exactly what a ledger needs to do according to Article 45.3 of the EIDAS regulation, or the one for the trust service for ledger. Qualified timestamps, DLT native. Why do I emphasize this? Because this was already always a bit a challenge to have a timestamp DLT native, because you have always a bit a time issue between creating the transaction and executing it on the ledger. Yep. Then the other subject mentioned a combination identity and transaction, which you can reuse for other subjects like trade and evidence and trade of intellectual property, and those subjects, and evidence for the component and the supply chain. Yeah. The same you can do for the seafood. Norway wants to ensure that Norwegian salmon is really Norwegian salmon, and it's really coming from Norway, and not only a Norwegian flag on the box if you buy it in the supermarket. So it's pretty much the same. It's done for the battery passport. And the alignment with European digital policies as described, but I think the additional value is that we integrated it completely in the EIDAS framework, and so ensure the legal compliance within Europe, but also the provability worldwide. Short overview on the document traceability, as this is not a subject for today, but I think the interesting subject here is open rights data exchange, so evidence in trade of intellectual property. Trade means using non-fungible tokens. The relationship done by it in the EBSI. Yeah. So, and maybe for the electronic register delivery, everybody may think about mail. Yes, that's great, but you need the evidence for the communication process. This is what we do with the tracing. Yeah. Any questions so far? And if you want to have details, I just remind you on the 9th of July at 900, we have our last webinar series of Trace4EU with live demos on some subjects I just described here, so that you can have any details if you like. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. So we have 42 seconds for questions.
I will only post the question and we can discuss later. So I fully agree with the relevance of EIDAS 2, the qualified timestamping, and the wallet, business wallet. Actually, I would be very hesitant to say that you always need blockchain. although it's the engine that drives it, it's not that you need blockchain per se, because you can also achieve that with other technical means, ICT technical, but it's indeed the EIDAS tool and the business wallet and that kind of things.
I fully agree that you do not need a DIT if you only want to have the digital product passport as attestation of attributes. For such things, you also can use an existing PKI. For what you need the DIT is exactly the tracing. Yeah, so the evidence for the supply chain, for the recording in the original order, and to have it integrity proven over time. This is exactly for what the EIDAS regulation defines in the section 11, a dedicated trust service which is called Ledger. And especially if you want to go cross-country, cross-organization, cross-jurisdictional in one immutable distributed system, we have exactly in the world one technology which is exactly defined and designed for this. It's called distributed ledger technology. So not to be precise, it does not need to be blockchain, but blockchain is only a DIT which is organized in blocks. This is why I recommend to speak about ledger and DIT, which is a different can be a different technology, especially in case of energy sufficient and efficient consensus mechanism. I agree, you can do it also in other subjects.
Okay, I think.
One last information. We did a study for the Federal Environmental Authority in Germany, where we exactly compared supply chain using DIT, supply chain using other technologies. In terms of technology, in terms of costs, the more efficient version was the use of DIT. I can send you the draft document.
Okay, thank you. So
thank you.
So welcome again from another place. It's on, micro is on. My name is Franz Birker, so maybe you know me from these 3 days. I'm at AC2D in Austria. It's a research center dealing with materials, lubricants, and my passion is to transform business. So I'm in 3 initiatives, and one in a sustainable by design project, an open version testbed, and a DPP and DigiPass, where I'm taking care about the sustainability. And the sustainability in this sense is how to exploit all the tools, all the platforms, all the ontologies, what we talk in the last 3 days, and how to make money out of it. Okay. So, no, it's fine. I'm skipping some slides because I want to be in time. Yeah. So one question to all of you about digitalization. We heard a lot of in this last 3 days. We heard about ontologies, clouds, data silos, but in my understanding, it's really misunderstood digitalization. What do you think it's missing here, and what we don't talk the last days? Any idea? Not? Then I can say you it's about money. It's about profit. So, and that's a definition by Gartner. You can read it. So digitalization is the use of digital tools to change business model. So to transform our thinking to let's say, to create new value-producing opportunities and to set up digital business models. And I think all our, let's say, initiatives have to take this into our minds. Yeah, what are we doing with our ontologies, with our platforms after the project end? And I will give you some examples. OITPs, I hope some you know them. It was an initiative in Horizon 22 2020 and also in Horizon Europe, the Commission spent approximately 300 million only in these initiatives, and I think more is spent now in SSbD projects or in DPP projects. So these OETPs are physical facilities to validate and upscale prototypes or materials from TL4 to TL7. One is iTribomat, which I was responsible to set up then a new legal entity, which is now operating this platform, and we are the European's largest provider for tribological materials characterization with 4 supplying partners and 1 legal entity. So the legal entity is in the middle. We have on the right side the service providers with contracts, with business model between. We have a database, we have developed an ontology, and we have on the left side the customer with different services which we offer. So customer comes to us, wants to test the material, we are selecting a provider. The data then is automatically via IoT transformed into our database, and the customer can have access to this data. So this is our new business model, not sending PDFs around the world, but giving a customer direct access to a specific service or a data set. SSbD, in a nutshell, I think everyone knows, it's about redesign of chemicals, processes, or products. One example is Seed2Loop, where I'm also once more included to set up a business model for this. It's a platform to develop safe and sustainable by design lubricants with 12 partners. So the aim is to we have some, let's say, harmful chemicals inside. We want to replace them, and we want to have a new lubricant with the same performance. We have different services, or in this case, simulation models, which we will offer to the customer from the toxicity performance side up to the LCA side. Then now we come to our structure. It's a little bit more complicated because in SSbD we have to use different existing databases. We have also the experimental and characterization part, and then we have at the end the OITP, iTribomat, which will exploit at the end of the day all the tools which are developed within this SSbD project. So this is the first combination of SSbD and OITP initiatives. DPP, I think I don't need to explain this. In DigiPass, we have, let's say, as a CSA, some general aims to fostering digitalization. Therefore, I'm talking about business models and try to teach also SMEs or scientific partners that we have to think beyond ontologies and so on. And at the end, we are also thinking on our services, so we want also to have some tools where you can easily utilize your DPP, interoperable, standardized, harmonized, and so on. And we are thinking on services behind. Yeah. So what could be our USP compared to other DPP platforms? About this, I don't want to talk. That's under construction. So we have set up our first prototype. You can try it. You can register, and you can give out feedback. We have also here an open call for industry where you can apply at the end of the year, and we will try to work out a DPP for your product. ESPR, I think I also don't need to explain, and now I'm going to the material. So as Adrian said, material is the basis of 90%, I think in my opinion, 100% of products. And we need the material data when we are starting to produce, to design, whatever. Yeah? And this in the circular economy comes from the beginning, from the raw material up to the recycling process. So we have here our, let's say, material data sheet, which we implemented in iTribomat, where we can see, okay, we have an overlap of data points which we are, let's say, producing in an SSbD or an OITP platform. And so, but we are using the same schema, the same ontology. And now how to connect all these 3 initiatives from OITP, SSbD to DigiPass and DPP initiatives. So what is common? Common is that we have a data flow, yeah? And across the TIL level, we are starting with SSbD services for redesign, with toolboxes for redesign, in our case, lubricants, building up a platform. this platform then is connected to the OITP, where we can characterize and validate the first prototypes, and then in the end of the day use the data and directly put into the DPP. What is needed here to set up such let's say common ecosystem is that we have to think about contracts, we have to think about profit, we have to think about, I don't want to use the word data sharing, because we are not data sharing, we are giving access to, under specific conditions, to data, and this is an added value, and we have also, as I said, data-driven service, where we give customers access to specific data to use it for their redesign. But the thing is, from the customer perspective, is where should I go? Yeah, should I go to the DPP provider? Should I go to testing center? Should I go to SSbD? And our goal is to have one-stop shop. Yeah, for specific, let's say, products, we can offer or we would offer in future the customers a one-shop contact point that we are guiding you through the development phase of your product, including for the exploitation, have a, let's say, seamless data exchange to the DPP. That's all. Conclusive from my side is we have to think how we can connect all our initiatives, not only in sharing ontologies and so on, but how to think, how to make money together, how to make profit together. It's all about money, sorry. And this is one example where we are working on. So one ecosystem, one face to your customers. Think about this. And with this, you are creating added value. You have a single entry point. You have seamless data exchange. You can do cross-selling. Yeah. And at the end, you are saving resources. And this, I'm at the end, and I think I was 9 minutes and 70 seconds.
You are a champion. Yeah.
Any questions?
Where do we sign up to the common? Where do we sign up to the Common Business Hub?
You can go to iDriverMod.eu. So there you find how you can have access to the database, to some tools which are online too.
You mentioned the fact that you want actually to bring SSbD with the initiative of open innovation, and do you think actually you have to start from small, or for you actually the size matters?
I think also when I'm creating a business, because my passion is to transform business, is you have to think what is your added value. So enjoy it or just do it. So you have also to think on your brand, yeah, to position your brand on the market, to work out the added values. How do you make sales? So I think this is in my opinion, the most critical thing is when we are having here researchers building up an ontology or a platform, and at the end of the project they should sell something. Maybe they are not the right persons. So you have to include into your project as early as possible also, let's say, more business-related people which are willing to sell all the stuff which you developed in this for 3 years. Okay, then I think we have a short coffee break before the next panel discussion, or?
How short should be this?
It depends on you, I think, but I think we need 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
10 minutes. Gut. Ich muss aber schon zusammenpacken hier, ne?
Bitte.
Damit ich dann
Um wie viel Uhr musst du raus?
Peter. Na, kurz vor 16 Uhr.
Peter, you know what? Natalia is insisting that I stay, which I fully respect, and I want to do it. But also I have a train. The point is, if I take a train late, I will have no connection in Luxembourg.
Yeah.
And I have just small questions that will be
My
answered.
last-
I
my-
prepared already actually
Your answers, you
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
yeah.
and actually just your name is Salim,
I accept one.
I need to run, but I need to run as well.
Yeah.
Which time you need to run?
At 4. At 4.
Okay.
Your
train will-
16. My train departs 16:30.
Okay, I will put this question second one, and after that you will... Please, you agree or not?
Langsam.
You are going?
Wie,
No,
was,
no, no,
was ist
Let's
der,
go to the...
Natalia, was ist der Zeitplan?
45 minutes in the time, but after that open microphone. 45 minutes geplant. Ich meine, dass wir 10 vor, wir starten nicht, wir zählen 5 vor. Und 45 minutes, it is 20 vor.
20
Ungefähr.
vor 4. Ja gut.
Ja.
Dann musst du es halt so steuern, dass das dann vorbei ist.
Ja, ich versuche.
Dann mache ich halt mal wieder ein Panels.
Glaubst du, oder? Will ich nicht, dass du...
Nee, alles gut, alles gut, alles gut.
Can you switch off the mic so they're hearing us online?
Bitte was? Welcome everybody for the last session today. And thanks to all of you who are still here. I think now it is really difficult here to manage the time, and but we will. Yeah? We will. This session was designed to give the questions and opinion from our experts regarding the DPP future and maybe for DPP community future development, and some thirds experience and some ideas to collect from experts here, and maybe the next step in the open microphone question we can discuss more about DPP future and about our next steps. So we have now we invited 6 experts with different background and different motivation to be in this community. Martin Polika, Thomas Ebert, Fanny Zarantoki, Eva-Katrin Schillinger, Alexandro Canepa, sorry, and Salim Belota. Yes, but due to one issue with train and with connection, Salim needs to leave now. It is some difficulties, and Peter Klein will replace him. That is why name is Salim Belota, but in reality, Peter Klein is here. Good. What was idea to invite exactly this people with different representation? Okay, we invited Commission here from RTD and from Connect, DG Connect. We invite Hadea here. Fanny is represented from Hadea. EFA represented EMI and EM4EU partnership. Alexandro is with background of industry who are working with DPP, and Peter now represent academia and RTO. It is the palette of the people who are involved, very active in the community. I would like to say now only some words about each of you, and if I'm not correct, please correct me. Martin Polika is the policy officer in the Green Transition Unit of the DG RTD, and Martin is working in circular economy aspects and more working on the programming for Cluster 6. Thomas Ebert is a representative from DG Connect, and Thomas is policy analyst, seconded national expert for this DG at Commission, and for more expertise from Thomas, of course, it is research and policy making, and before to join the Commission, Thomas is joining Commission from 2023. Yes, and working active in this digital transition and sustainable aspects. Fanny, Fanny, Fanny. Yes, it is, difference. Thanks a lot for your support, really, hard support of this conference and support of DPP community and development in DigiPass too, and now related to DigiPass as well. It is my great pleasure, welcome you for this part of event. And Fanny is working on the Commission from 2015 in different aspects from managing, monitoring, and implementation of the projects. Thanks a lot for your really working for community and for society. Eva Schillinger. Eva is the Secretary General of Innovative Advanced Materials Initiative, and Eva working for both industry and academia currently, because AMI, it is co-programming public-private partnership. And before this work, Eva was Senior Innovation Manager and CEFIC, and Secretary for SysChem, and worked at industry at the BASF. Alessandro Canepa is the coordinator or was the coordinator of the project TRIC, and we already heard this contribution from this project related for digital passport and this technology for textile industry. And Alexandro is very active in the standardization group for DigiPass and can bring this expertise for our discussion today, and he is the advisory board member of CIRPASS 2. Peter Klein is a senior scientist at Fraunhofer ITWM. Peter is working on the optimization and modeling aspects for materials, and he is the very active member of AMI now in AMMC and the member of DigiPass Consortium. Good. Would you like to correct me in any information here? Good. We thought about the questions which could be relevant for this community and especially for the future development of the communities. And currently it is maybe very optimistic planning from my side to address all these questions. But anyway, we would like to at least start the discussion and bring the statement on these 6 aspects, if we will manage it in 40 minutes, which we have still. And I would like to start with the question, how will DPP evolve beyond compliance to become a business enabler? And if this aspect is more related to industry, but all of panelists, of course, can start or maybe consider and give some additional comments for it. Who will start now to answer this question? Thomas, okay.
Let me start with a more general remark on that, and it begins with thanking everybody involved in the organization of this great conference, because I think essentially that conference could give us a glimpse as what will be happening beyond compliance in the DPP. I think many things are still unknown what will happen. In an ideal world, I would imagine that the DPP is a small core of mandatory requirements, compliance requirements. And then there will be a kind of an ecosystem starting to form around the DPP, where really services related to business models can make the shift to a circular economy happen. And for this to happen, I think it's great to have this conference. I think it's great if you all exchange and build on the experience of the last days and see where business can come in on that.
Thank you very much. Alexandro, as the representative of industry,
So, thank you, Natalia. I try to be straight to the point. How it will support us? First of all, let's consider that the value of the DPP can enrich the value of the goods. I try to be a little bit transversal. What does it mean? That European companies bring a lot of values within their products. The value of the design, the value of the history, the value of the compliance, and the respect of sustainability, but also social values. So DPP can be an enabler to sustain that these values are carried out through the process of production. Therefore, in this way, it can reach a lot the offer of European companies, which I remember are worldwide leaders in some of these sectors. So this is very important. There are some conditions to do that. The first condition, in my opinion, is to demonstrate how the consumer can trust the DPP. So the reliability of the contents is absolutely important. Otherwise, if we cannot grant that the DPP contains real and true data, we cannot support the companies. The second is the standardization, which is object of the second question, but the data should be comparable between for the consumers. If they are easy to understand and communicated into a comparable manner, they could be understood and could drive the information to them. And finally, they should be controlled. So, who controls especially the imported goods? Otherwise, we risk to be subject to an unfair competition of people using DPP to pretend to have the same values that the European companies can bring by the DPP, but without doing that. So the strict control of the contents of the DPP, in my opinion, should be a preliminary condition to becoming a business enabler.
Thank you very much. It is really important point. There's trust first from one side, and other side is controlling not only content but maybe controlling the use as well. Yeah, especially when we are speaking that it is dynamic system, how to control all this thing. Thank you very much. Any additional comments from panelists on this question? But this word standardization, yeah, it is reflecting really for the next point, and this policy, yeah, making important involvement, standardization, yeah, aspects, and standardization for steps for DPP adoption. Yeah, what we can yeah, discuss, speak about maybe this adoption and standardization between different industry and through the border. Yeah, Thomas, maybe it is directly to you.
Many thanks. So I think at this point, having 2 days of conference in front, behind us, it's a very good point to refer to different talks. Related to standardization, I mean, we had the talk of JTC 24 on the first day describing the activities to build the DPP system. There were certain elements also about discussing the ontology, but then we had the presentation from Alexandru Ion from DG Grow, who was more on the policy direction, what is going to happen with the DPP secondary legislation, the consultation on the DPP service providers ongoing at the same time. These are all between different industries, because the DPP is supposed to work for all industries, because, I mean, the chemical industry supplies different some tools are supplied to different industries, so we need to make that happen across industry. And then there's a bit the second question about the data, and there we had the presentations from Wojtek Sita from DG Environment, presenting a bit about the ESPR and the product groups who will be regulated in the ESPR and in what time horizon. And aside to that, we also had Maria from JRC presenting on how do you get to the data points, so how to find a methodology which is also horizontal to try to find the right data points for different product groups within the framework of the ESPR. But beyond that, there are additional activities which are happening, and where we need to try to bind them all together so that the DPP works across all these activities. And on a small side note, of course, this is not only happening in Europe. I mean, we focus a bit on Europe here, but we also need to have in the back of our head that supply chains are global, and we need to try to see how can the data travel along the supply chain. And that's why the presentation from UNEP was particularly nice to see, because these are discussions we also have to make the DPP happen.
Great, thanks a lot. This general overview for different part of this picture, global picture, not linear picture. Very complex, not difficult, complex level of implementation and really understanding what and how it could works. And any additional this place here, Martin.
Thank you, Natalia. Maybe just before I answer, I would also like to. I would also like to first of all zoom out for a while and follow what Thomas said, to give a big hand to the organizers, to all of you, Natalie, Caroline, and the teams for organizing this conference, because I found this conference fantastic, and I really want to give you a big hand for that. So please, thank you very much. So please, let's continue in this regard. And to just complement on this question specifically, I think what is important to say is that we have seen so much knowledge here in this room in the last 3 days. It's a huge amount of expertise that is in the air. It's thick, really, in the air. So I think we need to really think about how to extract the knowledge and synthesize this in a meaningful way. But we will get to this also later on in the discussion, I think. But what I wanted to complement here is that follow up on the ESPR, which was mentioned. The ESPR is going to be really the, one of the big anchors of this activity, because the DPP is the vehicle that is going to really help the ESPR to flow. And we have this first work plan that Wojtek yesterday presented from DG Environment, where we have just the first set of products that are going to be dealt with, but that doesn't mean that those are all of them, right? We have the JRC study which outlined all the other products that are going to be dealt with. So the work that has been done or is being done among all these projects here and who are connected online, we should really think about how all that work can feed useful information on the use cases, on the specificities, ontologies, all these technical layers of the complexity, and how to bring them into this process, because the preparatory studies will be running years from now, and when they're going to be launched, all this information should be there available to feed into those, because that's going to be the right moment to bring them in. So I just want to give the heads up to think about this in the longer term. Thank you.
Yes, I have a couple of ideas. I try to be transversal, not only focused on my sectors, but coming also as a summary of what have been said in these days. I see 2 points which could be important for the industry. The first one is an invitation for the Commission to understand how you could support the companies to provide data only once. Because at present, you imagine that you have 100 suppliers and 100 customers. So at present, what is happening is that you are creating all the data transfer between these companies, and this means 10,000 of connections. But very simply, it would be nice if you have a solution in the middle which can support the data transfer, and if you have something in the middle, you could have only 200, the 100 towards the centralized data transfer, and the second 100 from the centralized data transfer to the customers. And as you might understand, we are talking about a sector with thousands of companies. So to provide data only once is absolutely important. So we are working on 2 sectors, using current solutions which are supplying the brands, for example, with, for example, Y-Impact and other platform which is already existing. This could be useful to transfer the data, and the second hand to exploit, for example, the data spaces. We had the presentation before, which could be a solution. But it's important that the Commission understand the problem, because this would ease a lot the companies to save time. And related with this, it's important to understand how it will be possible to create semantic dictionaries and exchange collaboration protocols, because these are enablers to do that.
Thank you very much. About technologies and about your approaches, maybe it is related direct for next question. How can emerging technologies enhance DPP functionality? And this question I would like to address for academia, who are working, research organization who really driving this technology across the sectors, and Peter, maybe it is for you.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. I want to pick up exactly what Alessandro just said. He's asking about semantic interoperability, things like that, so that you, as a company, you provide your data once, and you are sure that they can get read by many others. Yeah? So this is essentially the point of semantic interoperability. In this frame, I believe that it is an illusion that we can come up in the end with one system of semantic interoperability which fits everything. I think it is simply an illusion. Semantic interoperability starts usually with with agreed vocabularies, and agreed vocabularies we have heard in the battery space, it is already a question, what is a battery and what is a stack? So, I mean, if we cannot agree on this amongst different actors, then how can we come up with these kind of things globally for everything and anything? I do not believe in that, honestly. But what I believe in is, once you have an agreed vocabulary suitable for one sector and you have it for another sector, then you can probably use AI tools in order to map, to do these kind of mappings between one space and another one. And to me, this is one good example where we can use AI. Then this semantic interoperability is to be implemented for one sector, and the AI tools help to transport it to other sectors. And this would serve the needs of course, for industry, because they provide their data once, in their vocabulary, in their context, and they should be sure then that in another context they get transformed correctly. Yeah? This would serve these needs. Why not asking for an overarching, And the next thing is, of course, IoT. When it comes to the use phase, when it comes to recycling, IoT is a must, simply, to get integrated into digital product passports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, any other comments here? Please.
Maybe just a very short addition on IoT, because I think IoT plays a bit more role in especially automizing also the information. Just just to point that out, I think that was implicitly already mentioned when IoT for the use phase. So the data is generated automatically into the DPP from the systems, and of course also the use phase data, so the state of health of battery or any kind of activity.
Great to see it, and great to understand that it is not only one entity can provide it. It is only could be done with different entities, different communities. And here I'm switching to next question about efforts and actions. Toward really different communities. And it will support this DPP implementation and adoption. And here I address this question to EFA.
So thank you very much, Natalia, for giving me the opportunity to talk a bit about what we're doing, first of all, in the Innovative Advanced Materials Initiative, and tie it into the bigger context of all of this here. So we heard the presentation from the European Commission this morning, from Vide, talking about the communication on the importance of advanced materials for industrial leadership. We do know that the European Commission is planning an entire Advanced Materials Act that is supposed to come out next year. So we're really talking about bringing together research, development, innovation, and in its purest, because innovation always ever only is an innovation when a product actually comes to the market. So we're tying really together the research and the overall R&D and I value chain up until, of course, then the finalized product. Now, advanced materials as a topic are incredibly broad, and there's always the question of the definition. There's always the question as to what do you consider, at which stage of its life cycle do you consider it as an advanced materials. But let's put that aside for a second. I think it is safe to say that all of us that are into technology here are more than aware that advanced materials are everywhere. Without advanced materials per se, but especially also advanced ones, none of the groundbreaking breakthrough technologies and the advancement in technologies would have happened and will hopefully continue to happen. So all of this is recognized in this new public-private partnership for funding under the last 3 years of Horizon Europe, which is the Innovative Advanced Materials for the European Union Partnership. The Innovative Advanced Materials Initiative is the association behind, representing the private side, and amongst our members we really have seen that the philosophy that we brought into the concept, into the strategic research and innovation agenda, to have a transversal actually approach to these topics, bears fruit, because we do see that our members come from all different sectors of industry, from all different positions along the value chain, and of course, talking about the research, development, and innovation value chain, this also includes then accordingly academia and research and technology organizations. So if you wish, we do have sort of the advanced materials microcosmos here. And of course, there is no better playing ground or field to actually integrate all of the concepts in this field. Our strategic research and innovation agenda is accordingly not really only focused on the performance of certain materials and the challenges that you have. We do have a chapter and a dedicated focus to that as well, but we're very, very strongly also focusing on enabling technologies. So what we do is we're looking at sustainability concepts, at safe and sustainable by design, but for sure and very prominently we're looking at artificial intelligence, digitalization, and data. And this is basically how it ties all together, because it is clear that the DigiPass is an absolute no-brainer with respect to all of that and right at the core of everything that I have just told you. What does this look like in practical terms? In practical terms, the association is still quite young. We're less than half a year old, but we have just now set up our working groups. The working groups, we have 5 application-driven ones. So Vide presented this morning that the 4 first focus areas, sectors, that the Commission was looking at are electronics, mobility, energy, and construction. We already added the health sector because this is what we foresee will be coming out of the discussions that are recently being held at the Technology Council for Advanced Materials. And on top of that, we do have equally important working groups that on the one hand side deal with sustainability and safe and sustainable by design approaches, and very dominantly, because it's our working group number 1, the digitalization, the data, and the artificial intelligence aspects. We intend to create, of course, with this partnership, not something where, yes, we have all of the concepts and then we have little silos because we have the individual working groups. This is exactly not the point, but the point is we do have the dedicated working groups, but we also do have the alignment between the working groups. We're looking at the overarching needs. We're looking at, okay, how can certain blueprints, certain principles, certain challenges that are common to all of the applications actually be met in a more overarching and transversal approach. And this is how basically already at the R, D, and I stage, and I believe that this is also important to say, okay, we will have many, many cases where there is existing products and then you basically on top put a digital product passport, right? But I do believe that the true power and potency of it actually does lie in the fact that if you start thinking the development of your overall RD&I project, knowing very well that this is a means that you have at hand already. This is something that you can use. And of course, this also, in certain cases, we heard it this morning from Commission, and for certain areas will lead to completely different business models and also hopefully, the exploration of new business areas overall. So this is a bit the holistic view as to what we actually are doing with the Advanced Materials Partnership and Community around the topics that are connected to the digital product passport.
Thank you very much, Eva. Any additional comments here? It was many members of presenter, the member of community AMI as well. Thomas Exner is leading together with Peter this working group of digitalization, RE, and modeling. And all of us were active in SRIA. And it is not only relevant for cluster 4, it is relevant for cluster 5, for cluster 6 as well. And we will be happy to contribute for development program for these clusters as well. Good. And all of us contribute a lot of knowledge. And next question, and maybe request to HADE and Commission as well, how we can make the best use of this knowledge in this community and create synergies between communities. Yeah, I would like to say as well that AMI have some synergies with other partnerships as well, but we are speaking now about DPP and next development, really digital passport communities and maybe related for DigiPass actions and CIRPAS actions. Fanny, please.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. First of all, I would like to thank of this initiative. I know that it came from DG RTD, but I was very happy to hear that we will have this cluster event in Brussels among 3 projects that are funded by HADEA. So I wanted to mention, of course, CIRPAS 2 is my project. I'm the project advisor. So yeah, I feel very close to CIRPAS 2, of course. It's a deployment project, and the other 2 are Horizon. I would like to share something with you. One of the biggest priorities in HADEA, in the agency, and also in the parent DGs, because we discussed together, is the synergies and how to promote and to facilitate not only communication or collaboration among projects, but among programs. Last year in HADEA, we did a kind of inventory of synergies, project synergies, among the projects that HADEA manages, but also beyond that. I mean, also with projects between programs and projects, even, let's say, have synergies or collaboration with national initiatives or even regional. So this is very high priority for the HADEA management, and this is something that our Director General has asked for, and she communicates it to different events. And since at the same time I had the, let's say, the opportunity, I'm also feedback to policy correspondent in HADEA, so it is something that we try to work all together, together with the parent DGs on how to facilitate. And I think this is a very good example. I mean, we learned about this numerous high number of projects that are involved in DPP. So that was a very good opportunity to create this event, to welcome you in Brussels. You are always welcome. We have very nice weather. We have we have nice chocolate and beers. But I think that the most important thing is that, first of all, us, I mean, the agencies that, because we, I mean, Commission delegates to us a lot of money and a lot of responsibilities to manage all these projects, we have to find our tools, let's say, to facilitate you and to promote this kind of events. I find it also myself very, very useful. I know that the Horizon community, they have the experience because it's a very old, let's say, program. They have this expertise to create these cluster events. For us, we are a new program, but we have to also to find these links, to establish these links from the research to deployment, because it's something that the DEP, the Digital Europe program, let's say, asks also from the projects.
Thank you very much. Small comment here. Yes, it is HADEA managed project and most of projects, but we call for national as initiatives as well, and here representative from these projects as well. And moreover, it is not only DPP related projects. We invited the projects who are working digitalization of materials, modeling of materials, this SSbD community. It is broader as only SSbD, and I think here it is really unique community which bring this aspect digitalization for different aspects. And of course, thanks to HADEA, thanks RTD, for Martin and Sophia, who initiate this collaboration between DigiPass and CIRPAS, who establish and push us to be closer and to work together. And due to contribution from both of you, this conference happened. Thanks a lot. And Martin, from your side, maybe something.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. I think, yes, exactly. I would agree with everything that was said and what Fanny said as well. what I'm trying to think really is from the beginning of this idea of having this conference is to as a kickoff of something more which happens afterwards, right? So I see this as I think Sophia's idea was also that from the beginning, like let's bring all these projects together, make them meet, exchange business cards, and then continue the talks after. But not only that, I think it's also important to, and I would also like to make some kind of an open call to you and to everybody who's listening to us online as well. And I really much like the idea of the gentleman from Austria who was presenting the, I think Bernard, right? Who was presenting one of the layers of complexity that they're dealing with in the project, and he basically raised his idea of let's just do something more. Let's connect across projects, and let's kind of bring our heads together and come up with some concrete recommendations, or some kind of like this should be the right way forward, or this is the most feasible, most, I don't know, this makes most sense. Or for example, take a specific use case or use cases which are similar in different projects, bring them together and come up with something. Not only to develop a business model, of course, but also to feed back to us in the DG and to the agencies, not only HDR, but also REA or CINEA or other agencies which are managing the project. Because what you are developing and researching and making innovations in your project, there's a lot of knowledge that can be fed back to us. So I would like to kind of stimulate you to please do that. Group yourselves, come up with concrete 2, 3, 5 pagers, policy briefs, specific things that you can recommend to us and bring them back to us, because we in DG RTD and the agencies, we can then serve as a kind of a useful bridge between your project's outcomes and the policy making at DG Environment and DG Grow and other DGs, because there are different capacities there, so that we can bring it back there. So let's think about this also after this conference.
So maybe a very short comment from my side. I think this is very much needed, and I ask you all to be patient for that, because I was very lucky to be here 3 days, but you saw Alex came in and jumped out. Wojtek only partly attended. So the policy and the science world, they have differences in timing, in speed, in understanding, in wording. So we need to see how to really transfer these results, and for this I think we need a lot of patience to find the right point in time to support the information which you are already having or are you working on. And timing alignment is one of the keys, but also trying to find the right language to get the information across. The transfer is welcome and needed, but yeah, keep the patience up to do that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this call to work, but with passion. Yeah, thank you very much. Good. Any additional comments for this question from panelists? Yeah, for this synergy and really reuse knowledge which are now existing in these communities, very, very broad, different levels community. Any recommendation? Yeah, request from Commission we already notes, and from other representatives. Any comments here?
I think AI will help us here.
Yeah, then we're going for the last question. It was a really critical question, which we already heard not only one time with 3 days. Who will control? Who will control DPP data and this created knowledge and access? Who would like to start this? But very short, please. Any ideas? Yeah, Alexandra, please. Yeah.
You are looking at me, but clearly I have already said what I mean, because if we allow to import goods without a control of the data of the imported goods, we have two bad, really two, not only one, two bad situation. The unfair competition, clearly, because the DPP will be, let's say, will mean also to adopt some sustainability practices which are expensive, and if you don't control the data, you don't you allow to import goods. But on the second side, the imported goods which could be recycled in the future, the DPP will be an enabler also for the recycling. Because when you buy recycled fibers, for example, you need to be sure the compliance with the regulations, the compliance with the safety of the users, the composition and so on. If you allow to import goods which are not, let's say, controlled, when you are going to recycle, you pollute the recycling. And this is absolutely important to avoid.
Thank you very much for this statement. Yeah, additional opinions? If not, okay, we will finalize this discussion on the importance for this control of the data and really look how this development of DPP will be established and really focused on this synergy and knowledge use of these communities which are existing now and will be generate more and more. Yeah, we will cooperate between projects or between all our partners and partnerships and all our possible involvement in this development. And I would like to thank all our panelists here for a very productive discussion. We are managed in 45 minutes. Thank you. Next, it is, Caroline, floor is yours.
No, I don't need slides.
Okay, then I
No, don't do, yeah. Or we do.
We can do it now.
This.
Caroline, do we have 10 minutes?
For what?
Yeah, for comments for all questions from audience here or from other persons. Or we can.
Want, yeah,
or,
please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to have the comments on these questions from the audience and from people here. Who would like to start? Yes, please. Yeah.
Can you put the questions up? Okay. I just want to end up where we started this morning, for those of you that were here at 9 o'clock. Just to look at the first question and see already how we fell in the trap of putting the business as a result of compliance. Remember where we started. The original aim of DPP is a circular transition, so transition to circular economy. That means enabling circular business models. This is really the most impactful thing we can do for the green transition and for sustainability across all three dimensions. Now, suddenly we start asking questions in a different way, like as if compliance was the primary purpose, and can we squeeze in a secondary purpose? But it's the other way around. The primary purpose is business models, and compliance is the kind of small brother. I mean, it's a business model. It was in the beginning when we went with DG Environment, DG Grow, three of us doing it. Everybody, so DG Envy was there for B2C because they care about giving consumers information. DG Grow was there for compliance, and it's important. We were there for the B2B. And I always argue that if you don't do the B2B correctly, you will not get B2C and B2G. You cannot drive, the horse cannot be B2B, B2C, and B2G. The horse, the power, the engine is the business model and the profitability of the new business models. And then you get the B2C, B2G as a corollary almost. If we as a community don't defend this model, guess what? DPP will be the boring compliance market surveillance tool, and that's the end of the story. Okay? And I want you as a community to remember the origin and defend it And always within your small environment, with your national environment, with your international environment, never forget that. Otherwise, the momentum and the wind blows that DPP will be just a compliance tool and not what we need to do as well. So that is first point. And the second, if you really want to scale this, we are live and I'll get in trouble, I know, with my colleagues. Second thing is, scale. I mean, if you cannot solve a problem, make it a bigger one. What I want to say. What I want to say is the following. You need to get out of the research bubble. You need to get out of these projects. You need to go and partner. So you as material research, if you go to your national authority, say, I have advanced research idea, well, advanced material research idea, they will send you to research and innovation funds. The digital people, if they go and say, I have a great semantic interoperability project, they will send you to research funds. If somebody comes in and says, well, I have this great QR code new technology, they will send you to research fund. But if you come together and say, we can make our national industry competitive, their eyes will go like that. And that means that you have to join the party, put the business model and reorganization and competitiveness in the vitrine, and sustainability maybe less, because that's not the keyword of the day, and go for the bigger picture. And that means for national funds. You will see I'm spoiling a little bit. There is something coming up next month. It's like how we gonna propose a budget for next 7 years, MFF, huh? Multinational Financial Framework. You know, we work in 7-year plans. So there will be the first idea published in July. There will be something, you will see it, spoiler, I don't get in trouble for this one.
Many thanks. I fully agree. Everything is doing worse for money. Yeah, and this was the first focus. Yeah, but then we have also to maybe to rethink also internally in the Commission why, for example, this is not the focus of material commons. I'm missing this there extremely. Yeah, and I see no sustainability at the moment.
So I like you a lot, Elias. So I just enjoy contradicting you whenever I can. Yeah. So I really believe in the power of B2G if G requests machine-readable data.
And guess what? I'm pushing for it like hell. All the implementing acts should be machine readable.
Yeah, so machine readable data means vocabularies, and the vocabularies, if you're going to send your data to G, that means the G will define the vocabularies, and vocabularies are a public good. They are a common good. They're expensive to develop, expensive to maintain, and G can do that because G develops common goods, hospitals, schools, and vocabularies. So, and we need these vocabularies, right? And so if G requests machine-readable data, then this will accelerate the development and standardization of these vocabularies, which then will trickle down. So I love that the DPP is being considered in the context of public reporting burden reduction context, because this will drive the vocabularies, the standardization. This is very, very good. So yes, I agree that the DPP, we want to drive circularity, but in order to do that, we need the vocabularies, and this will be driven by B2G.
I never get politicians excited about semantic interruption.
Yes, it is. I agree fully.
I get them excited about hospitals.
Yes.
Never, ever. Nobody wants to fund. This is the most boring thing, and nobody gets famous for it.
Thank you. Yes, please, yeah.
Just one comment, but this would drive competitiveness.
Yes. We have to present it like that, not the semantic interruption.
I agree.
But that means, so I totally agree, Caroline, with what you said. So this was exactly the question which I want to add. That means that we will go there and provide this harmonized reference model based on the ontology which are coming now from the project side in order to run that afterwards the digital product passport. Because if of the national level, if we define that, we'll only work on the national. We see that in the identity area, and that is not working, yeah? Because you have every country with different identities topics. And if you want to run it in the cross-border, then they should be synchronized between the EU. And that means that the EU should provide this harmonized model level. And my question for me is, we discussed about digital product passports. It's coming in 18 months. Yeah? So, and Thomas says we must be patient. So I'm coming from the manufacturing area, and there the lead time, yeah, it's not hours. We discuss months maybe till the product is going to the market. That means if the standardization and ontology are coming in 1 year, the products will not be ready in January 27. That should be clear. That means should be from the commission, somebody should push there and says, okay, what are really the timeline for these harmonized models? Because it's not possible to implement it.
It is more open comment, yeah, not questions. Yeah.
I suggest
Good.
we move on because...
Yes, please, yeah. Thanks. Last chance. Any comments for this question? Okay, please, yeah.
Thank you, Elias. You made my day. And also, Caroline, with the B2G, it was one of my slides when I said there are things that are infrastructure-like, and I just agree with Attila. Without having the right semantics for the horizontal representation of the essential industries in Europe, we won't be competitive against others because we always have a higher price level on all the things we have at hand. So we need to do it differently and smarter than the others, that we are competitive. And I would also, just to bring back to our current understanding, the paper from Orgoline from February this year, that we think about a phased approach with the DPPs, that we start with information that are anyhow already available, like safety data sheets, bloody boring things, but then we can trial the systems. Then we can make sure that they are robust, because the freaking show starts when we want to go for complicated dynamic things and the system crashes. Then we have just burned territory and nobody want to touch that bloody DPP anymore.
Thank you very much for audience and for panelists. Yeah, we are moving now for next part of the program. Thank you.
I will close.
No, well, you can leave it.
Okay.
Because I won't show. I don't know if what we're streaming. Oh, that's okay. We're not streaming anything.
Nothing in streaming.
So now we come to the karaoke moment of the conference. So we left this session relatively open to discuss collaboration ideas. We've already started to mention this. And during these 3 days, spontaneously projects talk to one another. Let's do something together. Let's collaborate. And this happened. I heard this so many times in the last 3 days that I think that this session is almost irrelevant because it actually happened already. And that was the whole point of having you here. So there's just a few ideas for how we continue the work. So many of you in this room already know that with ICCS, colleagues from ICCS, Stella and Kostas, we organize every month a 1-hour meeting with publicly funded projects working on DPP. And it's just a touch point of, okay, who's doing what results are available, do you have any news? And it's pretty quick, pretty efficient. And so we're about 20 projects that participate in this. So any publicly funded project can delegate a member to assist in these meetings. It's held every last Friday of each month at 1300. So if you're interested and you're not participating in this already, then you can join us. And really, again, the idea is to reuse results faster. Also align with standardization. About aligning with standardization, we ran a survey of DPP-related projects before this conference, and we received 27 answers. 20 projects answered that were directly working towards the conceptualization, creation, or deployment of DPPs. And I was really pleased to see that when we started our collaborative work with the different projects in November, there were many projects that had never even heard of JTC24 and the standardization work on DPP, and were happily running their project completely disconnected from the standardization world. And hopefully we managed to change this in just a few months because working with standards will help us go much, much faster and will avoid this being a chaos. So in the results of the survey of projects that were focusing on a compliance to a standard, a target, there was only one who didn't have a compliance target, and all the other ones were either working towards compliance to the ESPR standards or the UNTP standards, and all the others were evaluating compliance. So at least they have this standardization in their work stream, possible standardization in the work stream, and I think this was already a good output of these regular meetings, already a good result of that. So another thing about the DPP4EU brand, okay? It was Franz who made it up. I don't think he put a patent on it or a trademark on the name. The name belongs to everyone here, okay? It belongs to all of us. And so this means that SURPASS2 will not be organizing the next edition of this. But I do hope that in this room, there's a bunch of projects who will try to do this. Take a little bit of their project budget to do this. We can give you pointers on how we did not achieve things that worked, things that didn't work, and we can help in assisting you in organizing the next edition of this conference. I did note that ICCS is organizing an event in November, and maybe that's iteration 2 of DPP4EU or something similar to that, or you use your own logo or your own brand name or whatever. But
we already have a logo and the brand. It's the second iteration of the event that we started it all in November.
That's totally fine, but anyone here can reuse the DPP4EU logo and do whatever you want with it.
I just wanted to comment on that and add, because after we invited you to contribute to the first ICCS event on DPPs, you started asking us how the hell are you funding it, or where do you get money, are you getting dedicated? And the simple answer is no. So we embrace any support or any help, both from the Commission or from anyone else to support in these activities, because we also have a lot of DPP-related projects, so we saw the need for clustering and combining forces. So we want this to go one step further towards a business realization.
So on the topic of, I think Martin was talking about, getting projects to work with one another. I firmly believe that all of our projects are too small. Even Surpass 2, 49 partners, too small. So we need inter-project projects. And I have an idea I submit to my dear project advisor, a way to ensure that there is inter-project collaboration. An idea like this that comes to mind that you could easily do is check that deliverables are written by different projects. You have a deliverable for project A co-written with other projects, and this is proof that the projects are actually working together. It's just an idea.
For this, we have a tool in the Commission that can extract this information. That's why I mentioned AI before. Okay, it's not an AI tool, but I was showing to Sophia, I was discussing with Sophia earlier, because of this synergies inventory that we did, that was one of the tools that we used to check if not only in the description of the project, but going even in the work packages, even in the deliverables, to check if there are similarities or, as you say, synergies.
Yes. But what I was saying is that you should request it, meaning that you should request that a deliverable be co-written by 2 different projects or 3 different projects or several projects. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but this is not feasible, because especially if they are funded by 2 different programs, this is, something that the Commission has to decide on this kind of
It's just an idea, but
Thanks a lot, Caroline. First of all, this organization event, it was really great collaboration with Circularity 2. And as I already mentioned, in the on the first day, DigiPass will take over for next year event, as we already agreed and promised. The date is still open, and place it is most likely will be Brussels, but it is not really decided now. It is only to inform everybody that this conference, which already has a traditional, we will be happy to bring for sustainable conditions. Thank you.
But will you be organizing it on this scale and putting it all the DPP projects, or just the materials projects that are?
Would be happy to go in the same direction, of course. Maybe extend more, but this knowledge, which are already here, should be grow. We should not be. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just maybe an idea out of the blue. Bit of a brainstorming here, right? After 3 days of storming. Maybe it might be an idea to organize the next session or next year or next time along a certain areas of focus, right? To break it down into working groups or something, and then really kind of work together on something, come up with concrete ideas, back to the plenary after breakout session. Something like this could be interesting, but it works quite well in other fora as well.
You mean it's not horizontal for everybody? I think that's this collection, this overview was extremely, for me, yeah, it was extremely important. Yeah, to look at all this presentation and not all times jumping. I'm really not, yeah, cannot decide in session 1, 2, or 3. I need to separate Natalia, yeah, or delegate other persons. It is important to be in time together and follow not only presentations, yeah, I fully agree with Hiles. Presentations is part of event, but discussion and discussion insight related to presentation, not only related to slide. Yeah.
Maybe comment from my side. So when we are starting the preparation and we decided to limit it to 100 persons, invitation only, first I was a little bit concerned, but afterwards I realized that size doesn't matter. So with 100 experts, we have really we picked out the right projects, yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's horizontal or in this direction. We have invited the right projects. That's the key, yeah.
Yes, it is. I cannot say selected, yeah, project. We invite a lot, yeah, all which we have in our with Caroline and yeah our database with all this, yeah, from yes RTD, yeah, from our other, yeah, part of units, yeah, and we was happy to see this feedback was fantastic. Yeah. Really fantastic, yes, and we were sorry to write, please, only one person from the project, because yeah, capacity from this room is not unlimited. In other case, this size 100 person works excellent. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I've been thinking about how we summarize the last 3 days, and I have an idea that goes a bit beyond the ambition of joint deliverables. There is a facility that in the Circular project we proposed, but never made use of, to have through the EU Publications Office, and I think through the EU GRC, to have a report of special topics of interest. There's, for example, one on nature-based solutions where different projects fed in. We could have a joint publication through the EU Publications Office, or propose it. It has to be approved, yeah? It needs to typically go through the project officer. And on EU DPP for Europe, with different thematic chapters, or something like this, with a convener per chapter, who tries to summarize and collate in a structured format that you already proposed, what are the problems, what are solutions we're working on, what are possible options, and summarize this and do it quite quickly after the conference, ideally, although of course there is time, because if we wait until next year for this, we lose momentum. So that is an idea that just to throw something concrete in the mix.
Yeah, I would absolutely support that, please.
And one additional thing. When we started to prepare this conference, it was not yesterday and not 1 month ago. It was October, September, yeah, to think about topics, relevant topics, not on the beginning of September, yeah, relevant in June, yeah, and it was really good support here from RTD. It was first draft, second draft, iteration, yeah. On the end, it was crystallized idea which topics should be here addressed for this community, and maybe we need start now to collect these important points. For next year, of course, it should be maybe materials commons, yeah, and other aspects, yeah. But we need this feedback communication with Commission as well, yeah, because it is in all our interests, yeah, to design important things. Yeah. Thank you.
There was a Werner. Did you want to talk? You wanted to propose something.
Well, I'm not sure how suited this is because we were now on a more global level. But okay, since you announced and you promised to have such kind of conference next year, and we are just starting now a project. Just in a few words, we are starting a project on energy consumption in manufacturing. Okay, generally you have a mix between all the manufacturing equipment and the product, the part itself. Okay, depending on the material, metal or plastics, for example, or the way the manufacturing process or the geometry and so. And this is a big issue. If you're looking at literature, you have such high spread when looking at certain of these parameters in manufacturing, okay? And so I think we have a new approach which had been published already in a peer-reviewed paper, and we are now trying to implement this within the industrial partners and look how far we can get. But I think this would be really valuable then if we're successful for life cycle inventories, because not each and every manufacturer is going to measure each detailed parameter, for example, okay, for the parts, okay? So really have a decoupling between the manufacturing energy consumption and the parts, okay? And so maybe next year then I could talk in more detail. We have first results on this, but I think this might help a lot regarding life cycle inventory. Okay, thank you.
I think Adrian also, you wanted to speak?
Just on how to summarize a conference or also present the abstracts. I see my sons and also, I don't know who else is an economic subscriber in the room? No one? Okay, never mind. They have a very nice video short platform where they illustrate the topic in 1.5 to 3 minutes. So I would love to see from the relevant papers that we presented or presentations today, a 1 to 2 minute summary in a language that common people can understand. Because what Elias told us today several times, don't wait, start. Why should others start? And for many people, if I tell them, oh, I'm the PO of DPP, pardon, what? It's a hard time to explain them what is a DPP, what is this good for. So sometimes it helps to make things a bit more simple, as they may be, to engage with others so that they start to dig into it. And I would love that we start something in this direction, not in a written form, because my kids wouldn't read what I write. They would say, Dad, you're so boring. They want to have something else. And we all have a phone. It's everything that we need. And as we know from authors, it's harder to be crisp than to have a lengthy presentation, because then we also rethink what are the core messages that we would like to share with an audience which is broader than that one here and that one online.
Thank you. When it comes to thinking horizontally, we have the same issue in standardization, that we are not harmonizing across the different SDOs, standard development organizations. So I've taken it upon myself. I am in ISO TC307, and I'm now the liaison from within JTC24. But I'm also now going to be working with AOTI. They have a working group on digital product passport, and also within ENACTBA as well. So the idea is, from at least a standard development organization, that we actually start using the same language, making, especially with ENACTBA and AOTI, making it applicable to industrialized technologies, including IoT as well, so that we have a common framework going across all the SDOs. And it's not something that's being funded. This is something that I'm doing as an individual across all the different SDOs. So again, I'd like to put that on the table here to see who else would like to collaborate.
So I have very much a content remark. I was a bit surprised watching all the presentations, but correct me if I'm wrong, that there was still confusion whether DPP is item level or batch level. And that has to be solved immediately, I think, because, no?
You could have a DPP for different granularity. So some DPPs are items, some are for a bag of raw materials. It could be a container. It could be an item, batch, lot, model level. I mean, as long as you're talking about a physical good that exists in the real world, not a digital good, but a physical good, it could have a DPP at whatever granularity. But turn on your mic.
Yeah, why the granularity, I think, matters is that it comes with a complete different IT architecture. For instance, whether it includes repair or not. If you want to no.
Yes, we agree. The granularity affects what you can do with the passport. I agree. But so one of the issues I have with the ideas on how to continue the collaboration is that, for example, if we set up, like Adrian said, the gathering of these 2-minute videos, somebody has to organize this, okay? Generally, this ends up being me. So I have a little issue with this. And same with if we write a report for the publications office. Again, somebody has to organize the gathering and oh, you're volunteering, Adrian.
Well, I have an idea. Sometimes I am a nasty old bastard in my company, and I put the pistol on the breast or the chest of my colleagues. So what you could do is, if you say, next year for sure will be a conference, the abstract should be a 2-minute video, which will be judged by our kids. And if they say, bloody hell, I don't understand anything, pardon me, you're not part of it. It just can streamline with conditions to get those things.
Perfect idea, Adrian, because I have also a wish, yeah, that next year we should not talk about semantic comparability, not about ontologies, just about what for and how you make your business about this. And if this is my wish, maybe the projects have now 1 year or 10 months.
Perfect.
To go in this direction, to think about it.
Perfect. We talk policy in November and business in June.
So I think the idea that, Adrian, is that you want the outcome of the conference to be part of the submission process.
Okay, as usual, after conference, it is before conference. Yes, yeah, we will speak about the concept for the next one and distribute for everybody, and you are absolutely free to comment it and be part of this design of next conference, and not only user. We will be happy as the organizing committee to consider all your wish, this one or any, and after that have the consultation with Commission and look which wish is really in the direction of the development, and not only implementing all our I would like or not would like. Yes, it is a little bit other level. And of course, we're happy to organize, but we need the support of all your projects, new projects, and maybe to look the outcome of the next conference. It will be more fruitful at this one, we hope. Yes?
Just before I introduce Sophia, who will be closing the conference, I just want to mention, like, coming back to this, how do we wrap up and summarize? And I think the conference booklet is already a good resource. I mean, it's fantastic. It's 60 pages long. It's it's almost a publication. And I don't think that seeing summers happen is going to happen, and we're going to be offline. It's not going to. We're not going to create a new report or summarize it. I think the conference booklet is what's going to remain, and I think it's a useful tool. It's a good resource. So maybe we could submit that to the publications office potentially.
I have a suggestion, maybe before I'm allowed to talk, just to interrupt. Maybe what we could do, which will be useful, would be to add not only the grant agreement number, but to add the program, because we have some projects from Digital Europe, most of the projects are from Horizon Europe, Cluster 4. We have at least 1 or 2 projects from European Innovation Council work program, and that would be also good, because in the unit Advanced Materials, I'm the one working with the EIC, setting up accelerator challenges for advanced materials, so it will also be good for me to connect with my EIC colleagues next time to involve them more. So maybe this could be the improvement, if it's not too heavy or cumbersome. Thanks.
Actually, Sophia, please tell us how you want us to change the conference booklet so that it's useful for you and possibly useful for others, Martin. So we can add whatever field we already have all the data, so we can do that.
That could be something easily done and useful to everybody, maybe. Another thing we could do, because I have some experience in this clustering events in clusters, when I was project officer before becoming policy officer, what can also be useful sometimes is the start date and end date of the project. And, and the person presenting, if it is the coordinator or not, if there is a website of the project, but these things are up to you. We can always improve this later on. This, I would say, are the three easy additions. I don't have a presentation. I think everybody is quite tired. And in any case, after all the interventions of my colleagues here, I was sitting under precedent, but I don't want to have any trouble. So I've moved here, which remains more neutral. Now, after the presentations of my colleagues and interventions, I think anything I could present or say would be judged extremely boring. No, but what I can say is I'm impressed, really. I'm impressed about the quality, about the richness of the program. And as maybe some of you know, I come from the Advanced Materials program in the Industrial Transformation Unit. My main policy file is digitalization of advanced materials research and innovation. And I was the guilty one for the call that has supported DigiPass. And when we established that call, we had exactly in mind all the various things that we debated and that DigiPass has started to do. And more than 2 years ago, when we were in the preparatory phase, I talked to Natalia about CIRPAS, and I discussed a lot with my colleagues in DigiConnect, DigiGrow, not at that moment DigiEnvironment. And this is what I've pushed. Then CIRPAS ended, then CIRPAS 2 came, and the collaboration and the extremely lively coordinator of DigiPass was able to maintain the contacts and go on. So I really thank the 3 projects, also THESEUS, and for having allowed this. Many thanks to both of you. Many thanks to my colleagues, Martin Policar, that has contributed a lot in gathering a list of these digitalization projects, among which DPP-related projects. We have more than 100, isn't it, Martin? Yeah. You said 105 or more. Something like that. Yep. And more than 50 were present here, including projects from national programs, national initiatives. So I think it's really a big success. And for me and for the Commission, this is really a very good clustering event. I work in this theme of clustering and feedback to policy initiative with my colleagues in ADEA. The project advisor, I think Begonia of DigiPass, is not there in this moment. So for us, I would really see it as the launch 2 days ago of this big cluster on digitalization. And I really hope it does not remain an isolated event, and that we can call this sort of first general assembly of this cluster. We will have a second one next year. And in my experience with clusters and with clusters like these, are that projects in turn actually give a hand to and a sort of organizing committee is set up. So we really hope that this will be able. It can only be done with your will to do it, to help us. For us, is an extremely important tool for policy. In the unit I'm working, I'm in the team that is preparing and will work on the Advanced Materials Act. I'm also in the Secretariat of the Technology Council for Advanced Materials, so we are directly there involved and talk to member states. Remember what my colleague Elias said for the national funds, for the national programs. And I've also looked, like Eva mentioned, on to the topic of health. I'm leading the subgroup on advanced materials for health. We will have later on new areas to look into, and we find these events very important because we see not only we see collaborative areas, but we also see overlaps. We see different routes taken. We see gaps, and this information is very important because in the end we will prepare work programs, and we need to know from the European projects we fund where we are and where to insist. But as my colleagues in DG Connect clearly said, we have to wait to mid-July for the MFF and to see what we will have. But I think this event has been very, very successful. I'm very much impressed. I will again support Natalia and whoever is interested in building in this group. And I thank you very much, really, on behalf also of all the Advanced Materials team in DG Research and Innovation. And thank you again to all my colleagues, Hadea, Martin from the same DG, my colleagues from DG Connect that have left, DG Environment and DG Growth. Thank you very much.
We're closing now conference, and I would like to invite Caroline from your side. Yeah,
we're closing on time.
On time, yeah, yeah. Moment, it is 5 minutes.
Early.
Yeah, moment. Thanks a lot for team who started preparation and finalized as well. Yeah, Caroline and Lucy. Yeah, who was involved as well. Lucy. Yeah, and after that, yeah, it was replacement or extended. Yeah, team from THESEUS. Yeah, Caroline did amazing, really. Yeah, contribution to push it. Yeah, the contribution from Commission, Fanny, your contribution, great. Thanks a lot for with all your experience from CIRPAS, and I think that Caroline teach us a lot. Yeah, how could we organize this event?
Big events.
And I would like to say really. A huge thank for the team of DigiPass CSA. It is Salim, Franz, Peter, Martin, who contribute a lot for time, for ideas, for pension, and of course for enthusiastic approach to do this conference. Thanks a lot. Have a nice trip home, and thanks for your time, for your energy, for your discussion, for your exchange, and you're willing to be with us. See you next year.
Thank you.